never thought I'd end up living alone in such a big house. It was an old, sprawling property with more history than I could take in. After my divorce, it seemed like the perfect place to start fresh, quiet, secluded, and with plenty of space to reorganize my life. I bought the house just over 6 months ago and had been trying to turn it into something that felt like home. But you know those places that feel like they carry memories that aren't yours? The house was like that. The first sign was the smell in the basement, a strange odor that seemed to come out of nowhere, like something between rusty metal and wet earth. I thought it might be mold, maybe caused by the dampness. At the time, I didn't pay much attention. The basement was the kind of place you avoid exploring. It was full of boxes left behind by the previous owners, with an abandoned feel that unsettled me. There was a creaky wooden staircase that groaned in protest every time I went down. In the first few weeks, I went down there a couple of times to organize things, but I never bothered looking too closely. It was just a functional space, nothing more. Until one day, I noticed something strange. Some boxes weren't where I'd left them. I figured maybe I'd just been distracted. It's easy to get confused with so much on my mind. But the smell was stronger. And that's when I noticed something else. A door. A door that, I was sure, hadn't been there before. It was a dark, heavy wooden door with an old-fashioned lock that looked like it belonged in a movie. There were scratch marks on the outside, as if someone had tried to open it, or lock something inside. It made no sense. I'd never noticed that door before, and I was almost certain it hadn't been there the first few times I organized the basement. I called the realtor, trying to figure out what was going on, but he assured me there was nothing unusual about the house when it was sold. Maybe it was just a trick of memory, I thought. Maybe I just hadn't noticed it. Still, the whole thing left me uneasy. Over the weeks, I tried to ignore the door. After all, who cares about a door in the basement, right? But little things kept happening. Sometimes I'd find tools out of place, even though I hadn't used them. Once, I heard a muffled sound, like a faint creak coming from down there. When I went to check, everything was silent except for the groaning stairs beneath my feet. The smell, which had been just a mild annoyance, became almost unbearable, like something rotten mixed with rust. I was starting to lose sleep, creating absurd theories in my head. It was as if the basement was alive. Or worse, as if I wasn't the only one living in the house. Everything changed that Saturday night. I was in the living room, trying to relax with a movie, when I heard a sound coming from the basement. It wasn't just another creak or random noise. It was continuous, muffled, like someone murmuring or trying to speak through something. My heart raced. I froze for a few seconds, trying to rationalize it. Maybe it was the wind or an old pipe, but the noise didn't stop. It only got clearer. I grabbed a flashlight, my hands trembling, and went down the stairs. The smell was overwhelming. When I reached the bottom, I saw the door was slightly ajar. I was absolutely certain it had been locked before. I approached slowly, every step a battle against the panic building inside me. When I got close enough, I heard something that froze me in place. A whisper. I couldn't make out the words, but it was unmistakably a voice. A human voice. I stepped back instinctively, my flashlight shaking in my hand. Every instinct in my body screamed at me to leave, but the morbid curiosity kept me rooted to the spot. I slammed the door shut and twisted the lock as hard as I could. Then I ran up the stairs, locking the basement door behind me, trying to convince myself it was all in my head. But that night, even with all the lights in the house on, I couldn't sleep. The next day, I tried to act as if nothing had happened. I opened every window in the house, letting the air circulate as if that could clear out the basement smell or the dark thoughts clouding my mind. But by the end of the day, I couldn't resist. I grabbed a crowbar from the garage and went back down, determined to open that door once and for all and put the mystery to rest. My breathing echoed in the closed space, and the smell was worse than ever, almost like it had soaked into the walls. When I reached the door, I hesitated. The lock had fresh marks on it, as if someone on the other side had tried to force it. I don't know if it was adrenaline or sheer desperation, but I attacked the lock with the crowbar until it gave way with a loud snap. The door creaked open, revealing a narrow, dark corridor. There shouldn't have been anything there. The house's blueprints didn't show any extra spaces beyond the basement. My heart pounded as I shone the flashlight into the space. The corridor was made of rough stone, like something much older than the rest of the house. Every step I took made the concrete floor creak, and the air grew heavier, damp, almost unbreathable. At the end of the corridor, there was another door. This one looked even older, with rusted hinges and symbols carved into the wood that I didn't recognize. I had to fight the urge to turn back. But something pulled me forward, as if I couldn't stop. With every step toward the second door, I felt my entire body tense, as if something invisible was watching me. My flashlight started to flicker, the beam cutting in and out, which only made my anxiety worse. When I finally reached the door, I noticed it didn't have a handle, just a circular opening in the middle, like it was meant to be pushed or pulled with force. I pressed my ear to it, hesitating for a moment, and I heard something on the other side. It wasn't a whisper anymore. It was a low, rhythmic sound, almost like deep breathing. My stomach turned, and for the first time since this all began, I seriously thought about turning back and forgetting everything. But the curiosity was like a weight pulling me forward, forcing me to keep going. With both hands, I pushed the door as hard as I could. It opened slowly, groaning as if it hadn't been moved in decades. What I saw on the other side was something I could never have imagined. It was a small room, lit only by a faint yellowish glow that seemed to come from candles, though I couldn't see any. In the center of the room was an old, almost rotting chair, and sitting on it was a doll. But it wasn't an ordinary doll. It was made of rough fabric with stitched eyes and a wide, red-painted smile. The most disturbing part? The doll was facing a broken mirror, its shards reflecting different angles of the room, making it feel like I was being watched from every direction. The air seemed to hum with a strange vibration, an invisible energy pressing against my skin. For a few moments I stood there, trying to process what it all meant. None of it made sense. It felt like I'd stepped into another world, completely separate from the rest of the house. The room was suffocating, the air thick with something that wasn't just mold. As I took a step closer to the chair, the floor beneath me felt icy cold, and I noticed something scratched into the wood near the doll. Words, crudely carved, hard to make out in the dim light, but I managed to read them. She watches. Do not touch. My heart raced, but before I could react, I heard a sound behind me. A whisper, faint but clear, coming from every direction at once. I spun around so fast that I nearly dropped the flashlight, but there was nothing there. When I turned back to the doll, I swear its stitched eyes were now pointed directly at me, as if it had shifted. Panic gripped me, and all I could think about was getting out of that room as quickly as possible. But as I tried to step back, I tripped over something, a red cord stretched across the floor like a trap. I fell backward, and in that moment, the mirror in front of me shattered completely, without anyone touching it. It felt like the room was reacting to my presence. I got up as fast as I could, ignoring the pain in my back and the overwhelming fear threatening to paralyze me. All I could think about was escaping. I turned to the door, but it was closed. I didn't remember closing it, and the idea that someone, or something, had done it while I was inside made my heart feel like it was going to stop. I ran to it, trying to push it open, but it wouldn't budge. The flashlight in my hand flickered erratically, and out of the corner of my eye, I saw something move. It was a reflection in the broken mirror, a shadow, something there that shouldn't be. I screamed out of instinct, but my voice sounded muffled, as if the space was swallowing the sound. That's when the scratching started on the door behind me. At first, it was soft, like nails lightly dragging across the wood. Then it grew louder, more insistent, as if it was trying to force its way in. My hands trembled as I pulled at the door with all my strength, but it wouldn't give. The smell of rust and decay was unbearable now, stinging my eyes and making them water. In that moment, I thought I was going to die there. Then, out of nowhere, the scratching stopped. A heavy silence fell over the room, thick and oppressive. And then I heard it. A voice, low and close, whispering right next to my ear. "You shouldn't have come here." Those words echoed in my head like a scream. My legs gave out, and I fell to my knees, gasping for air, as if the room itself was draining it away. But then, as if in a final act of desperation, my hand found the crowbar I'd brought with me. Without thinking, I started smashing the door with all my strength, ignoring the sound of something moving behind me. Every hit reverberated through the room, but it seemed to work. After what felt like an eternity, the wood gave way, and I managed to open the passage. The corridor was there, but it felt different, narrower, darker, almost like it had shifted. Without looking back, I ran as fast as I could, the sound of footsteps echoing behind me. I reached the basement, gasping for air, my heart pounding in my chest. I climbed the stairs 2 at a time, slamming the basement door shut and locking it behind me. I pressed my back against it, trying to calm myself, but the sounds didn't stop. On the other side, something was banging on the door, first softly, then harder. It was as if it was trying to follow me. I grabbed my phone, my hand shaking, and called the police. They arrived quickly, but when they checked the basement, it was empty. The door I had broken down was intact, as if it had never been opened. One of the officers, skeptical, told me it was probably my imagination. But I knew it wasn't. There was something in that basement, something I was never supposed to find. After that night, I never went back into the basement. I hired a company to clear out everything, including the old boxes from the previous owners. I didn't care what they found. All I wanted was to get rid of anything connected to that place. But even after everything was removed, the smell lingered. It was faint, but it was still there, like a reminder that some things can't be erased. For weeks, I slept with the lights on, locking every door in the house. Still, I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. Some nights, I would wake up convinced I'd heard footsteps coming from downstairs. I sold the house 3 months later, without mentioning anything to the new buyer. It wasn't something I could explain rationally, and maybe, deep down, I just wanted to forget. I moved into a small apartment, no basement, no attic, no room for mysteries. To this day, I don't know what I found in that room or what might have been living there. But one thing I do know, that phrase, "You shouldn't have come here," still echoes in my mind. Sometimes I wonder if I truly escaped, or if somehow it's still with me, waiting for the right moment to show itself again. My parents never left me home alone, but that weekend, they didn't have a choice. It was an important trip, and since I was already 16, I thought it would be fine. It was early October, and the days were getting shorter, which always made me a little uneasy about the house. It wasn't exactly old, but it had this heavy silence when it was empty. Without my parents around, the place felt even bigger, as if the hallways and rooms had doubled in size. I spent most of Saturday watching TV and playing video games, trying to ignore the small creaks and noises that seemed to come from everywhere. It was just paranoia, I thought, until I noticed the man in the backyard. I was in the kitchen grabbing something to eat when my eyes wandered to the window overlooking the yard. He was there, a man, standing near the fence, staring straight at the house. He didn't look nervous or lost, and he definitely wasn't someone from the neighborhood. He was wearing a worn-out brown coat, and his face looked weathered, almost expressionless. I froze for a few seconds, wondering what he wanted. I tried convincing myself that maybe he was looking for a lost dog or something, but he didn't move. He just stood there, staring. After a while, I decided to ignore it. I closed the curtains, locked the door, and went back to the living room, convincing myself he would go away. After all, why would someone just stand there, staring at a teenager's house? I tried distracting myself with video games, but I couldn't get that image out of my head. Every time I heard leaves rustling or wood creaking outside, my eyes darted to the window. About an hour later, I couldn't take it anymore and decided to peek again. Carefully, I opened a small gap in the curtain. He was still there. Same spot, same stance, staring straight at the house. It was like he knew I was watching because his eyes seemed to lock onto mine, even from that distance. My heart raced, and I quickly closed the curtain, stepping back as if I'd been shocked. I called my dad's cell, but he didn't answer. I sent a message, but there was no reply. I spent the rest of the afternoon staring at the door, as if I expected him to knock any second. When night came, everything got worse. The silence in the house felt amplified, and the darkness outside made it seem like the man could be anywhere, not just by the fence. I made sure to lock all the doors and windows before heading upstairs to my room, trying to convince myself he must have left by now. Lying in bed, I stared at the ceiling, listening to every tiny sound in the house. But what came next wasn't something I could ignore. A tapping sound started at my bedroom window. 3 taps, then a pause. Another 3 taps. My hands went cold, and my breath caught in my chest. I grabbed my phone with trembling hands, but before I could call anyone, the tapping stopped. Gathering my courage, I looked out the window, but it was empty. Just my own terrified reflection staring back at me. I spent a few minutes trying to calm myself down, but every time I closed my eyes, the memory of those taps came back. I decided to check the backyard again. Grabbing a flashlight, I hesitated before heading downstairs toward the back door. Turning on the porch light, I almost dropped the flashlight. There were footprints. Not normal ones, but large, muddy footprints, clearly human, leading up to the living room window. I looked toward the fence, but the man was no longer there. The prints led to the side gate, which was wide open. I was absolutely sure I had locked that gate earlier. The fear wasn't just in my head anymore. It was a physical weight pressing down on my chest. I ran back upstairs and locked my bedroom door. I wanted to believe he was gone, but my gut told me otherwise. Then, my phone buzzed. I thought it was my dad finally replying to my messages, but when I looked at the screen, my blood ran cold. It was an unknown number. The message read, "Nice place you have here. Mind if I stop by?" My heart pounded so hard, it felt like it would burst out of my chest. I took a deep breath and typed back quickly. "Who is this? How did you get my number?" The reply came almost instantly. "You left the kitchen door unlocked." Reflexively, I grabbed the nearest knife and went back downstairs, trying to ignore the fear that almost paralyzed me. But when I got to the kitchen, the door was locked. The message didn't make sense. I stood there trying to process it when my phone buzzed again. Another message. "Did you really think I was only outside?" My mind was racing. The idea that someone was inside with me was unbearable. I looked around the kitchen. Every shadow seemed darker, every corner deeper. It was like the house itself was alive, conspiring against me. I decided I needed to leave. Gripping the knife tighter, I took careful steps toward the front door. My hands shook so much I could barely turn the key. When I finally unlocked it, I threw the door open, expecting to see the empty street. But what I found was worse. On the porch sat a small wooden figure, something like a crude doll carved by hand. It had disproportionate arms and a distorted face with empty eyes that seemed to stare back at me. It was small, but it was so disturbing that my knees nearly buckled. I grabbed the doll, still holding the knife in my other hand, and threw it as far as I could into the yard. I was determined to get out of the house and find help, but before I could take another step, my phone buzzed again. I hesitated for a few seconds before looking, but I knew I had to. "Did you like the gift? There are more around." My heart felt like it was about to explode. I rushed back inside and locked the door. I ran up the stairs and locked myself in my room. I tried calling 911, but the call wouldn't go through. It was like I was completely cut off, trapped in my own house. I leaned against the door, trying to gather my thoughts. But before I could process anything, I heard something fall downstairs. It sounded like a chair tipping over, or something heavier. Every second that passed made the idea of going back downstairs seem more ridiculous. I stayed there, pressed against the door, listening closely. The silence returned, but it wasn't the same as before. It was heavy, almost tangible, like something was waiting. I grabbed my phone again and tried calling my dad, but the call dropped before it could even ring. The next message hit me like a punch to the stomach. "I thought you were braver than this." That was it. I screamed, more out of frustration than anything else, a mix of fear and anger. I felt like a cornered animal. I decided to check the window in my room one more time. Looking down at the backyard, there was nothing. No movement, no new footprints. It was like the chaos from earlier had vanished, leaving only the feeling that something was deeply, deeply wrong. Then I heard footsteps coming up the stairs. They weren't rushed, but deliberate and heavy, as if the person wanted me to know exactly where they were. My entire body froze. Each step felt like it matched the pounding of my heart. I stared at the doorknob, waiting for it to turn at any second. I gripped the knife so tightly my fingers started to hurt. When the footsteps stopped, the silence returned. But it was even worse. Something was on the other side of the door. I could feel it. I gathered all the courage I could and yelled, "Who's there?" There was no answer. My phone buzzed again and I nearly dropped it. The message was short. "Open the door. I want to see you." My mind was spinning. Every part of me begged not to open that door, but at the same time, the idea of just sitting there and waiting terrified me even more. I looked around the room, trying to find something else to defend myself with, but aside from the knife, there was only a broken lamp and my closet. I took a deep breath, trying to think clearly. Maybe it was just someone messing with me. Maybe it was all a misunderstanding. But how could I explain the messages, the footprints, the doll? None of it made sense. My hands were sweating as I held the knife, still staring at the doorknob. I decided I wouldn't open it. If it really was someone, they'd have to break it down. But then the sound changed. It wasn't footsteps or knocking anymore. It was scratching, slow and deliberate, like long nails dragging against the wood. My entire body went cold. The scratching stopped abruptly, and then I heard a low, muffled laugh on the other side. It was worse than anything I could imagine. It didn't sound normal. It wasn't a human laugh. It was guttural, almost animalistic. That's it, I thought. I grabbed my phone and typed out the most frantic message of my life. "Whoever you are, I'm calling the cops now." I hit send, but there was no reply. Seconds later, my phone buzzed again with another message. "Call whoever you want. They won't get here in time." That was enough to break me. I decided to leave the room through the window. It opened onto the garage roof, and from there, I could jump to the ground. It wasn't the safest plan, but it was my only option. I opened the window as quietly as possible, trying not to make any noise, but as I was about to climb out, I heard the doorknob start to turn slowly. My body was in full panic mode. Without thinking, I climbed out of the window and jumped onto the garage roof. The impact hurt my ankles, but I didn't stop. I ran across the roof and jumped into the yard, almost falling to my knees. I got up quickly and ran toward the side gate, ignoring the pain shooting up my legs. I didn't look back. I didn't want to see what might be following me. My only goal was to get out of there and find help. When I reached the street, I looked around desperately, but everything was eerily quiet. No lights on in the neighboring houses, no cars passing by. I grabbed my phone again and called 911, and this time, the call finally went through. I explained everything as incoherently as possible, but begged them to send someone. While I waited, I hid behind a tree across the street, watching my house from a distance. Nothing seemed to move inside, but I knew something was wrong. Then I saw the living room light turn on, and a silhouette appeared in the window. It wasn't mine. The figure stood there for a moment, motionless, before the light went off again. My heart was racing so fast I could barely breathe. A few minutes later, I saw the flashing lights of a police car approaching. 2 officers got out and walked toward the front door. I ran to them, explaining everything as quickly as I could. They told me to wait by the street while they checked the house. A few minutes later, they came back with puzzled expressions. "There's no one in there," one of them said. "All the doors and windows are locked. Are you sure about what you saw?" I tried arguing, explaining the messages, the footprints, the doll on the porch, but they didn't seem convinced. They took my phone and said they'd try to trace the number, but it was likely just a prank. I knew it wasn't. Nothing about this felt like a prank. One of the officers suggested I stay at a hotel or a friend's house for the night, since I was clearly shaken. I agreed immediately and called my uncle, who lived a few blocks away. While waiting for him, I sat on the curb, staring at the house. Even with the police there, I felt like something was still wrong. My uncle finally arrived and took me to his place. That night, I couldn't sleep. Every time I closed my eyes, I heard that low laugh or imagined the tapping on the window. The next day, my parents came home, and I told them everything. My dad insisted on checking the house's security cameras, which were connected to an internal system. That's when something even more disturbing came up. The footage showed the man standing by the fence for hours, but it never recorded him entering or leaving the yard. Even stranger, the doll I had thrown into the grass never appeared in the footage. It was like none of it had ever happened, except for the messages on my phone, which were still there, real and undeniable. To this day, I have no idea what happened that night. I moved out of that house a few months later and never saw that man or received another message from the number again. But sometimes, I still get the feeling that I'm being watched, especially when the night is quieter than it should be. I always wonder, did he really leave? Or is he just waiting for the right time to come back? I never thought my divorce would lead me to such a quiet, almost frozen-in-time place like this suburban neighborhood. After years of dealing with the chaos of a crumbling marriage, I was finally alone, but in a way that felt liberating. My house was small but cozy, with a charming porch and a backyard that gave me the sense of peace I had been longing for. During the first few weeks, I focused on turning it into a home, arranging furniture, and establishing a routine just for myself. My life was simple: remote work, morning walks to clear my mind, and sometimes a coffee with the few neighbors I came across. It was the perfect fresh start, or so I thought. My first encounter with Mr. John, my elderly neighbor, was on the 3rd day after I moved in. He knocked on my door holding a plate of cookies and wearing a smile that seemed genuine. I thought it was kind, though a little odd since it wasn't something I was used to in the city. He looked like the typical retired man, bald, slightly hunched over, wearing a sweater that seemed decades old. We chatted for a few minutes. He asked why I had moved and complimented the fresh paint on the house. He was friendly, but I quickly noticed he had an overly curious nature, almost intrusive, as he asked detailed questions about my work schedule and whether I had visitors. It felt uncomfortable, but I brushed it off, thinking he was just a lonely old man. As the days went by, I noticed Mr. John's visits became more frequent. He would show up unannounced, always with some trivial excuse. Returning an envelope he claimed to have found in my mailbox, commenting on the weather, or asking if I had a tool he could borrow. I tried to remain polite. After all, he was just an elderly man trying to socialize, but it started to get on my nerves. One day, as I was watering the plants on my porch, I felt a pair of eyes on me. I looked to the side, and there he was, standing on the sidewalk, watching me. He raised his hand in a casual wave and made a comment about how quickly my flowers were growing. I forced a smile, but the feeling of being watched left me uneasy. Everything escalated one night when I was sitting on the couch watching TV and noticed a shadow pass by my living room window. My heart raced as I got up, turned off the lights, and peeked through the curtain. There he was, Mr. John, standing on the sidewalk in front of my house, hands in his pockets, staring as if it were the most normal thing in the world. I tried to rationalize it, telling myself he might just be out for a walk or looking at the stars. But he stood there for at least 10 minutes, completely still. Finally, I knocked on the window to show him I had seen him. He moved, gave a timid smile, and called out, "Just checking in, neighbor, to make sure you're okay." The whole situation gave me chills. After that night, fear began to creep in. I started taking precautions, closing all the windows at dusk, double locking the door, and avoiding any interaction that could extend a conversation with Mr. John. Yet he always found a way to insert himself into my routine. Once, I came home and found a bag of fresh vegetables on my doorstep with a note saying, "From my garden to your table." I tried to thank him from a distance, but he showed up right away and started talking as if we were old friends. The way he mentioned specific details about my day, like the time I went for a walk or the type of music I listened to while working, was unsettling. How did he know all of this? Things got even stranger when I realized he had an obsession with watching me. One afternoon, while working in my makeshift home office in the living room, I noticed movement outside the window. I peeked out and saw him again, crouched near the fence as if trying to get a better view inside. My first instinct was to open the door and confront him, but as soon as he realized I had spotted him, he walked away quickly, pretending not to notice me. My whole body trembled, but I took a deep breath and tried convincing myself it was just a coincidence. Maybe he was tending to his garden or looking for something he'd dropped. Even so, the feeling of being watched became impossible to ignore. That night, the fear became overwhelming. I decided I needed to cut off all contact with Mr. John. I didn't want to be rude, but it was clear something was wrong. I started ignoring the knocks on my door, pretending I wasn't home when he came by. Yet, he seemed to notice. One early morning, I woke up to a noise coming from the backyard. My heart pounded as I grabbed my phone to call the police. But before dialing, I worked up the courage to peek out my bedroom window. There he was, illuminated by my porch light, holding a flashlight and staring directly at my back door. The scene was so absurd that I froze for a moment, unsure of what to do. The next morning, I went straight to his house to confront him. I knocked loudly, and he took a while to answer, as if surprised by my visit. When I asked what he was doing in my backyard in the middle of the night, he smiled, that same timid smile, and said, "I thought I heard something strange and wanted to make sure you were safe." My anger grew, but he seemed so calm and confident that I started doubting myself. Still, I made it clear that I didn't want him near my house again. He nodded, agreeing, but something in his eyes, a strange, almost defiant glint, left me deeply unsettled. The next few days were eerily quiet. I didn't see Mr. John lurking around my house, and for a moment, I thought my warning had worked. But the relief didn't last long. One day, when I returned from the grocery store, I noticed my front door was unlocked. I froze, trying to remember if I had forgotten to lock it, but I was certain I hadn't. I stepped inside cautiously, calling out for anyone, but there was no response. Everything seemed normal until I saw something that made my blood run cold. A black notebook sitting on my living room table that wasn't mine. When I opened it, the pages were filled with detailed notes about me. Every page described precise details of my routine. 8 a.m., she went for a walk, wore a blue shirt. 12 p.m., lunch on the patio, listening to classical music. The dates went back to the day I moved in and continued up to the current week. At the end of the notebook, I found something even more disturbing. Notes about my life before I moved to this neighborhood. My old address, the name of the company I worked for before the divorce, even the restaurant I used to frequent with my ex-husband. I couldn't comprehend how he knew all this. That's when the truth hit me like a punch to the gut. He had been watching me long before I moved here. My immediate reaction was to run outside and call the police. My hands shook so much that I could barely hold my phone while explaining the situation. They told me to stay calm and that an officer would be dispatched to my house. As I waited, every sound felt magnified. The wind rustling the trees, the creak of the gate, even my own heartbeat pounding in my chest. It didn't take long for the police to arrive. I explained everything, showed them the notebook, and pointed them toward Mr. John's house. They promised to investigate but advised me to stay elsewhere for the night, just to be safe. The next morning, the police called me. They had questioned Mr. John, but he denied everything. Without concrete evidence beyond the notebook, there wasn't much they could do. The strangest part was that when they searched his house, it was completely empty. He had vanished overnight, leaving behind only a stack of unsent letters on the table. One of them was addressed to me. With trembling hands, I read it. It was a short but chilling message. "You're special. I always knew you'd end up here." Even weeks later, I couldn't shake the unease. I moved again, this time to another city, and installed cameras in every corner of my new house. Still, I can't stop looking over my shoulder. I don't know where he is now or what he wanted from me, but I know he knew things no one else could have known. And to this day, whenever I see a new neighbor, I can't help but wonder if I'm being watched again. I had just moved into that apartment about 3 months ago. It was a tall building, the kind you see in any big city, with endless hallways and neighbors who pass by without even glancing your way. I worked downtown, so the location was perfect. But my routine was so hectic that I barely enjoyed the place. I'd come home late, usually carrying grocery bags, and collapse on the couch. That specific night, I remember being especially exhausted. I had just gotten out of the shower and wrapped myself in a robe when I heard the knocks at the door. They weren't timid knocks like someone unsure. They were strong, impatient, the kind that makes your heart jump for no reason. I opened the door with one hand still holding my wet hair and came face to face with a man in his 40s wearing a beige uniform with a logo embroidered on the chest. He looked legitimate, but something about him felt off. Maybe it was his smile, too wide, or the way his eyes lingered on me for just a second longer than they should have. "Good evening. I'm from maintenance. We're checking for a possible leak on this floor. I need to take a look at your plumbing." The first thing that crossed my mind was, but nobody mentioned this. Still, the guy seemed so at ease, like it was just another day at work. I hesitated, holding the door halfway open, but I didn't want to make a scene. I sighed, stepped back, and let him in. He walked straight to the kitchen, like he already knew where everything was. I followed him, still clutching the robe tightly with one hand, and leaned against the doorway as he crouched down to open the cabinet under the sink. "Everything looks fine here, but I'll need to check the bathroom too," he said, without even looking at me. His tone was neutral, almost robotic, but something didn't feel right. The uniform was too clean, without the wear and tear you'd expect from someone working maintenance all day. And he wasn't carrying any tools, just a clipboard that looked more like a prop than something useful. I followed him to the bathroom, trying to convince myself I was overreacting. He opened the cabinet under the sink, stayed quiet for a few seconds, and then started tapping on the walls inside, as if searching for something. "Do you live here alone?" he asked, and my stomach sank. I tried to mask my discomfort and answered with a curt, "Yes." But the way he nodded, as if filing that information away, made me uneasy. After a few more minutes, he stood up and said everything was in order. Without looking at me, he headed straight for the door, thanked me, and left, leaving his clipboard on the kitchen counter. When I closed the door, I couldn't shake the feeling that something about the whole thing had been wrong. Over the next few days, I tried to brush it off. I convinced myself I was just being paranoid, that it had been nothing more than a guy doing his job, no matter how strange it seemed. But then I started noticing things out of place. First, it was the coffee maker, sitting on the opposite counter from where I always kept it. I didn't think much of it. Maybe I had moved it without remembering. Then it was the cabinet door in the kitchen, which I always kept shut, but found slightly ajar in the morning. The breaking point came when I found a black lighter on the coffee table. I don't smoke, never have, and I don't have visitors. What was that lighter doing there? I decided to check the building's security cameras, but that led to another shock. There weren't any cameras in the hallways. Not on my floor, not on any floor. The best the building had was an old camera in the lobby, but even that didn't help because it only caught the faces of people entering or leaving. I called the building management and asked about the leak inspection. The woman on the other end of the line sounded confused. She said there hadn't been any maintenance called recently and that any scheduled inspections were always announced in advance. At that moment, it felt like the ground fell out from under me. That phone call sent my mind racing. Who was that man? And more importantly, what did he want? I decided to search the apartment thoroughly. I started in the kitchen, opening every cabinet and checking corners I'd usually ignore. Nothing. I moved to the bathroom, doing the same, pulling back products on shelves and looking for anything out of place. It was in the bedroom that I finally found something. Behind the bedside lamp, carefully hidden, was a small black device about the size of a key fob. It had a tiny lens. It was a camera. My heart started pounding. He wasn't from maintenance. He had come in to plant that. I tried to stay calm as I removed the camera and placed it on the table. I didn't know what to do. Should I call the police? Confront the building management again? While I debated, I decided to examine the device further. Using a pair of tweezers, I opened a small flap on the back and found a memory card. I inserted the card into my computer, and what I found sent chills down my spine. There weren't just recordings of my apartment, but also of other places, probably other apartments. The camera seemed to have been used before it got to me. Each video showed a different person in vulnerable moments, as if it were some twisted game for whoever was behind it. My stomach churned as I watched the videos. I quickly recognized my apartment in a few recordings, capturing mundane moments. Me on the couch, scrolling through my phone, or fixing my hair in front of the mirror. The thought that someone had been watching me without my knowledge was almost unbearable. But when I realized that some videos featured other people, my fear turned into full-blown panic. I recognized the entryway of one of my neighbors at the start of one recording. It showed a middle-aged woman sitting on her couch, completely unaware of what was happening. She looked just as vulnerable as I felt. I decided I couldn't handle this alone. I called the police and explained everything, from the supposed maintenance man to the hidden camera. They asked me not to touch anything else and to send them the videos while a team was dispatched to my apartment. The wait was unbearable. Every sound in the hallway made my heart race, and I couldn't shake the feeling that the man could come back at any moment. I closed all the curtains, locked the door, and sat in the kitchen, clutching a knife, just in case. I'd never felt so exposed. The police arrived about an hour later. 2 officers, a man and a woman, were serious but tried to reassure me. I explained everything again, this time in greater detail, while one of them began inspecting the apartment. They took the device and memory card for analysis and promised to update me as soon as they had any news. While they were there, I felt a small sense of safety, but it didn't last long. When the door closed behind them, the silence in the apartment felt more oppressive than ever. I couldn't tell if I was being paranoid, but it felt like something was still wrong with the place. The next morning, I received a call from the police. They confirmed that the man wasn't a maintenance worker and that the device they found was being analyzed further. I asked if they had identified him or figured out how he got in, but they didn't have any clear answers yet. Change your locks and, if possible, think about moving out as soon as you can, the female officer advised. That only heightened my anxiety. It felt like she knew something she wasn't telling me. I couldn't focus on work that day. I spent the entire time staring out the window or checking the front door every half hour. That night, as I tried to convince myself that everything was under control, I heard knocking at the door again. But this time, it was different. It wasn't firm and impatient like before. It was soft, almost hesitant. My heart started racing, and I froze for a few seconds. I grabbed my phone and turned on the flashlight app, cautiously approaching the door. I looked through the peephole, but the hallway was empty. I took a deep breath and stepped back, convincing myself that my imagination was playing tricks on me. But then, seconds later, the knocking came again. This time, louder. That was the first moment I felt true terror about being in that apartment. I immediately called the police, stammering as I tried to explain the situation. They said they'd send someone, but it might take a while. While I waited, I locked myself in the bathroom, clutching my phone tightly. That's when I heard heavy footsteps outside, accompanied by a low scraping noise, like someone dragging something across the wood of the door. Then, complete silence. I stayed in the bathroom until I heard police sirens outside. When I finally stepped out to let them in, there was no one in the hallway, but on the door were scratch marks and what looked like a strange symbol drawn in chalk. The officers were just as baffled as I was when they saw the symbol. It looked crude, as if someone had drawn it in a hurry, but it was clearly intentional. They took photos and asked me if I recognized it or had seen anything like it before. I shook my head, but the whole thing only made me feel more targeted. One of the officers suggested it could be some kind of message, but he didn't elaborate. He just said I should leave the apartment for a few nights until things were sorted out. I didn't argue. That same night, I stayed at a friend's house, but I couldn't sleep. Every noise in her house made me jump. My hands trembled as I held my phone, frantically searching for information about strange symbols or similar incidents. I found nothing that explained what was happening to me, but I read horrifying stories of people being stalked for weeks, even months, without ever finding out why. That's when the paranoia really hit me. Was this man still watching me somehow? Did he have more cameras hidden? Or maybe something even worse? The next morning, I returned to my apartment with a security technician I hired at the last minute. He brought equipment that looked like it was straight out of a spy movie, capable of detecting hidden devices. We combed through every inch of the apartment, and it was in the bedroom that we found another device. This time, it was a microphone, even smaller than the camera, hidden inside a tiny hole in the baseboard. When the technician showed it to me, my blood ran cold. He explained that this type of device only worked at short range, meaning whoever was using it was likely in the building, maybe even on my floor. After he left, I decided to take the officer's advice and start looking for a new place to live. The thought of staying there, knowing the man could still be nearby, was unbearable. Over the next few days, I spent most of my time packing my things, avoiding being in the apartment at night whenever possible. But even with plans to leave, I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. It was like something, or someone, was always lurking, observing, waiting for the right moment to act. Deep down, I knew that leaving the apartment wouldn't solve everything, but it felt like my only chance to move on. On the last day before moving out, something happened that made me realize I might never get answers for what I went through. As I packed the last of my belongings, I found something that wasn't mine. A small envelope, hidden inside one of the kitchen cabinets, which I only noticed because I'd removed a shelf. Inside was a single photo taken from outside the building with my apartment highlighted. In the photo, the light in my living room was on, and I could see my own silhouette in the window. The most terrifying part? The photo didn't look recent. It was as if someone had been watching me since the moment I moved in. I gave the photo to the police and left that place the next day, never to return. Despite their promises to investigate, I never got any concrete updates. I changed my number, blocked unknown people from accessing my social media, and started looking over my shoulder everywhere I went. Even in my new apartment, in a completely different neighborhood, I still wake up in the middle of the night at the slightest noise. I don't know who that man was or what he wanted, and maybe I never will. I just hope that whoever or whatever it was stayed behind in that apartment.
Hello everyone. Before we start, make sure to like and subscribe to the channel. And leave a comment with where you're from and what time you're watching. That way, YouTube will keep showing you stories just like this one. Now, let's begin. I'd been babysitting for about 2 years when the Andersons called me that Friday in October. 17 years old, trying to save every dollar I could for college, and honestly, I jumped at any opportunity to make some cash. Their place was huge, one of those old colonial houses with dark wood everywhere, and rooms that seemed to go on forever. Mr. Anderson worked at some investment firm downtown, while Mrs. Anderson did real estate, and they needed someone to watch Oliver and Mia while they went to a charity gala. Oliver was 8, really into dinosaurs and Legos, while Mia had just turned 6 and carried this raggedy stuffed rabbit everywhere she went. They seemed like good kids when I'd met them briefly the week before, quiet but friendly enough. The parents left around 4 that afternoon, said they'd be back by midnight, left me $60 on the counter for pizza, and told me to help myself to anything in the fridge. I figured it would be an easy night, feed the kids, maybe watch a Disney movie, get them in bed by 8:30, then catch up on my calculus homework. Everything went perfectly normal for the first few hours, which makes what happened later even harder to process. We built a massive Lego castle in the living room, ordered pepperoni pizza from this place called Gino's down the street, and the kids were actually being really sweet with each other, taking turns picking what to watch on TV. Around 7, we were cleaning up the dishes together when Mia said something that made every muscle in my body go tense. She was drying a plate with this faded dish towel, humming some tune from a cartoon, when she mentioned really casually that the man in the attic doesn't like pepperoni either. Oliver dropped the cup he was holding. It was plastic, thankfully, and his face went white as paper. He grabbed his sister's arm, not hard but firm, and told her to stop making stuff up. But the way he said it, the panic in his voice, told me he wasn't correcting her for lying. He was scared she'd said something she shouldn't have, and when I asked what she meant, both kids exchanged this look that made all the hair on my arms stand straight up. I tried to keep my voice light and asked them who they were talking about, maybe thinking it was some game they played or a story someone told them at school. Oliver immediately said nobody and started putting dishes away really fast, but Mia, being 6 and not understanding whatever secret her brother was keeping, kept going. She said the man had been there for a while, that sometimes she could hear him walking around up there at night, and that Oliver had seen him too, but told her never to tell Mom and Dad because they wouldn't believe them anyway. The attic access was in the hallway just outside the kids' bedrooms, one of those pull-down doors with a string hanging from it, and I'd noticed it earlier but hadn't thought much about it. Oliver was practically dragging Mia out of the kitchen at this point, saying she was making things up for attention, but the kid looked genuinely terrified, like he might actually start crying. That's when I heard it. This really distinct creaking sound from directly above us, like someone taking a careful step on old floorboards. We all went silent for probably 10 seconds, just standing there in the kitchen listening to the house. Old houses make noise, I kept telling myself. Wood settles, pipes expand and contract. There's always some logical explanation for these sounds. But then it happened again. Another creak, then another, in a clear pattern like someone was walking slowly across the floor above us. Oliver grabbed his sister's hand and whispered that they should go watch TV in the living room, but I could see he was shaking. Mia seemed less scared and more confused, like she couldn't understand why we were all acting weird about something she'd apparently been aware of for who knows how long. Told the kids to go to the living room and pick out a movie, trying to sound normal, even though my heart was pounding so hard I could hear it in my ears. Once they were gone, I stood there in that kitchen, looking up at the ceiling, trying to convince myself I was being paranoid. The Andersons had probably just stored some boxes up there that were settling, or maybe they had mice. Lots of old houses have mice in the walls and attics. I went to check on the kids in the living room and found them huddled together on the couch, Oliver with his arm around Mia protectively, while she clutched her stuffed rabbit. They'd put on some cartoon, but neither was really watching it. Both of them kept looking toward the hallway that led to their bedrooms and the attic access. I sat down with them and tried to act normal, but after about 15 minutes, I couldn't stand it anymore. I needed to know what was going on. I asked Oliver, as gently as I could, to tell me the truth about what Mia had said. At first, he refused, kept insisting she was making it up. But when I promised I wouldn't think he was lying or crazy, he finally broke down. He said it started about 3 weeks ago when he woke up one night to use the bathroom and saw the attic door was open just a crack. He knew his parents never went up there. His mom had bad knees and his dad always said there was nothing up there but insulation and old junk from the previous owners. But that night, Oliver swore he saw fingers wrapped around the edge of the door, holding it open just slightly, and then the door had slowly, silently pulled shut. After that night, Oliver said he started noticing things. Food would go missing from the pantry, not a lot, but enough that he noticed because his mom had blamed him for eating a whole box of crackers he hadn't touched. Sometimes he'd hear footsteps above his room late at night, really soft ones like someone trying not to be heard. The worst part was about a week ago when he'd gotten up to get water and saw a shadow at the end of the hallway, just standing there by the attic access. He'd run back to his room and lock the door, and the next morning tried to tell his dad, but Mr. Anderson had said he was having nightmares from watching scary YouTube videos and took away his tablet for a week. Mia had apparently heard the footsteps too, but being younger, just accepted it as something normal. Oliver had told her it was probably just house sounds to keep her from getting scared, but she'd started calling it the man in the attic anyway. As Oliver was telling me all this, I kept listening for more sounds from above, and that's when I noticed something that made my whole body go cold. There was a thin line of dust on the hallway floor, right beneath the attic door, like someone had recently disturbed years of accumulated dirt, and it had filtered down through the cracks. I pulled out my phone and almost called the Andersons right then, but I stopped myself. What was I going to say? That their kids had told me a story about someone in the attic and I'd heard some creaking? They'd think I was either trying to scare them or that I was too immature to handle babysitting. Instead, I called my older brother Nathan, who was home from college for the weekend. He answered on the third ring and I could hear his video game in the background. I told him everything as quietly as I could while the kids watched their movie, and at first he laughed, said I was letting my imagination run wild. But when I mentioned the dust and the missing food, he got quiet and told me to grab the kids and leave the house immediately. He said he'd meet me outside in 15 minutes. He only lived about 10 minutes away, and we could figure out what to do from there. I was about to do exactly that when we heard something that changed everything. The clear, unmistakable sound of a toilet flushing from the second-floor bathroom, right next to the kids' bedrooms. The thing is, we were all in the living room on the first floor, and I knew for a fact that the Andersons didn't have any pets that could somehow trigger a flush. Oliver's face went completely white, and Mia actually started crying, burying her face in her rabbit. I grabbed both kids and my car keys, not even bothering with their jackets or my backpack, and we rushed toward the front door. But as we passed the staircase, I made the mistake of looking up toward the second floor. Standing at the top of the stairs was a man, probably in his 40s, wearing what looked like old sweatpants and a stained t-shirt, with greasy shoulder-length hair and this scraggly beard. He wasn't moving, just standing there watching us with these hollow, sunken eyes. The smell hit me then, too. Even from downstairs I could smell it, like unwashed clothes and spoiled food and something else I couldn't identify. For what felt like forever but was probably only 2 seconds, we just stared at each other. And then he took one step down the stairs, his bare foot making this wet slapping sound on the wood. I didn't wait to see what he'd do next. I yanked the front door open so hard it slammed against the wall, and we ran out into the dark October evening. Oliver was practically carrying Mia, who was sobbing uncontrollably, and I was fumbling with my car keys, dropping them twice on the driveway before managing to unlock my beat-up Toyota Corolla. We piled into the car and I locked all the doors immediately, starting the engine with trembling fingers. Through the house's front window, I could see the man standing in the living room now, just watching us through the glass. He wasn't chasing us or trying to hide. He just stood there like he was curious about what we'd do next. I threw the car in reverse and backed out of that driveway so fast I nearly hit the mailbox, and as we drove away, I saw him move toward the door like maybe he was going to come outside. I drove straight to the grocery store parking lot about a mile away, where there were lots of lights and people, and that's where Nathan found us 10 minutes later, all three of us still sitting in my car with the doors locked. Nathan called 911 while I called the Andersons, and Mrs. Anderson answered on the second ring, music and laughter loud in the background. When I told her what happened, trying to keep my voice steady so I wouldn't completely panic the kids who were listening, she went silent for so long, I thought the call had dropped. Then she started asking rapid-fire questions. What did he look like? Did he hurt anyone? Where were we now? And I could hear her telling her husband to get the car immediately. The police arrived at the house before the Andersons did, and Nathan followed them back there, while I stayed with the kids in the store parking lot, buying them hot chocolate from the Starbucks inside and trying to keep them calm. About an hour later, Officer Daniels called me to take a statement. They'd found the guy still in the house. Apparently he'd gone back up to the attic when he heard the sirens. He was a homeless man named William Torrey, who'd been reported missing from a halfway house about 40 miles away 3 months earlier. He'd been living in the Andersons' attic for at least a month, maybe longer, surviving on food he'd sneak down to steal at night, and using their bathroom when he thought everyone was asleep. The police found his makeshift living space up there. A sleeping bag he'd probably grabbed from the Andersons' garage, empty food containers stacked in a corner, bottles filled with urine because he couldn't always risk coming down to use the bathroom, and notebooks where he'd been writing down the family's schedule and routines. He knew when they left for work, when the kids got home from school, when they usually went to bed. He'd been entering through a broken ventilation grate on the side of the house that led directly into the attic, something the Andersons hadn't even known was damaged because it was hidden behind an overgrown bush. The detective told me later that Torrey had probably been watching us all evening through small gaps in the ceiling. There were several spots where he'd carefully made tiny holes to see into the rooms below. What really disturbed me was that he'd written about me in his notebook, noting that I was a new girl and that I'd arrived at 4 p.m. He'd been right above us the whole time, listening to everything, and only came down because he'd gotten too comfortable, too confident that we were just kids who wouldn't do anything even if we saw him. The Andersons were obviously horrified and kept apologizing to me and my parents, offering to pay for therapy if I needed it, asking over and over if I was okay. They moved out of that house within a month, and as far as I know, never went back even to pack everything. They hired a moving company to do it all. Oliver and Mia ended up needing counseling, especially Oliver, who blamed himself for not making his parents believe him sooner. Torrey was charged with breaking and entering, trespassing, and some other stuff I can't remember. But because he had mental health issues and hadn't technically hurt anyone, he only got 2 years in jail plus mandatory psychiatric treatment. I still babysit sometimes, but I always check every closet, every room, and yes, every attic access before the parents leave. I know the odds of something like this happening again are basically zero, but I can't help it. The thing that still keeps me up sometimes is thinking about all those nights the Anderson kids were sleeping just a few feet below a complete stranger who was watching them, studying them, and they were completely helpless. Oliver was right to be scared, and the fact that no one believed him until it was almost too late is something I don't think any of us involved will ever really get over. The August heat in 2018 was unbearable, the kind that makes the air shimmer above the pavement and turns your car into an oven, even with the AC blasting. I was 34 then, managing a small accounting firm downtown while my wife Rebecca taught 5th grade at the local elementary school. We lived in a quiet neighborhood about 20 minutes from the city center, one of those places where kids still rode bikes until dark and neighbors actually knew each other's names. Our twin daughters, Lily and Grace, had just turned 7 that summer, and finding reliable childcare had become our biggest challenge. Both sets of grandparents lived states away, and most teenagers in the area had summer jobs or were away at camps. That's when Rebecca found Melissa through a colleague at school, a 19-year-old college student home for summer break, studying early childhood education, with glowing references from 3 families in the neighboring town. Melissa had been watching the girls for about 6 weeks by then, and honestly, she seemed like a gift from heaven. She'd show up 15 minutes early, always had activities planned, and the girls absolutely adored her. She had this warm, easy way about her. Auburn hair, always in a neat ponytail, modest clothes, never on her phone when we got home. The girls would beg us to go out just so Melissa could come over. That particular Saturday, Rebecca and I had tickets to her company's annual fundraising gala at the Riverside Hotel downtown. It was one of those events you couldn't really skip. Her principal would be there, along with most of the school board. Rebecca had bought a new dress specifically for it, this deep green number that made her eyes pop, and I'd actually gotten my good suit dry cleaned for once. We'd left the house around 6:30, giving Melissa the usual rundown. Bedtime at 8:30, emergency numbers on the fridge, leftover pasta in the microwave if she got hungry. The gala turned out to be one of those painfully formal affairs where everyone stands around making small talk, while pretending the tiny portions of overpriced food are actually filling. By 8:15, Rebecca was struggling in her heels, and I'd already heard the same story about the school district's budget 3 times from different board members. We were stationed near the silent auction table when Rebecca's principal, Mr. Hutchinson, started what promised to be a lengthy monologue about standardized testing reforms. About 20 minutes into his speech, his wife suddenly clutched her stomach and went pale. Turned out the shrimp appetizers hadn't agreed with her. In the chaos that followed, with Mr. Hutchinson frantically calling for his car and apologizing profusely, Rebecca and I exchanged a look. Nobody would notice if we slipped out early too. We made our quiet goodbyes to a few colleagues, claiming I had an early morning conference call, and headed for the parking garage. The relief of escaping that stuffy ballroom was immediate. Rebecca kicked off her heels before we even reached the car, laughing about how we'd just gotten a free pass from the world's most boring event. The drive home was peaceful, windows down to let in the cooler evening air, Rebecca humming along to some old song on the radio. We'd decided not to text Melissa we were coming back early, partly because we didn't want her to feel like we didn't trust her to handle the full evening, but mostly because Rebecca thought it would be nice to surprise the girls if they were still awake. Maybe we'd all have ice cream and watch a movie together. As we turned onto our street, I noticed how quiet everything seemed. Porch lights on, a few TVs flickering through windows, the Davenport's cat prowling across their lawn. Our house looked exactly as we'd left it, warm light spilling from the living room window. Rebecca's garden gnomes standing guard by the walkway. I pulled into the driveway behind Melissa's beat-up Ford Focus, and we gathered our things, Rebecca still carrying her heels, both of us moving quietly in case the girls were already asleep. The front door was locked, which was good. We'd stressed to Melissa about keeping it secured after dark. I turned my key slowly, trying not to make too much noise. The moment we stepped inside, I heard voices from the living room. Melissa's familiar laugh mixed with something else, a deeper voice that made me pause in the entryway. Rebecca heard it too, her hand finding my arm, both of us standing there in the dim hallway trying to process what we were hearing. It was definitely a man's voice, low and rough, saying something I couldn't quite make out. Then Melissa laughed again, but it sounded different this time, nervous, higher-pitched than usual. Rebecca and I exchanged a quick glance, and I moved forward first, my socks silent on the hardwood floor. The living room doorway was about 10 feet ahead, and as I got closer I could smell something strange, cigarette smoke, which we absolutely never allowed in the house, mixed with something else, like motor oil or gasoline. The TV was on but muted, casting shifting blue light across the hallway wall. I heard the man's voice again, clearer now. "They always keep the good stuff hidden somewhere. Check that cabinet over there." My whole body went rigid. Rebecca was right behind me, her breathing quick and shallow, and I could feel her trembling slightly. Every instinct told me to rush in, but something about that voice, The casual way he talked about going through our things made me pause. I peered around the doorframe just enough to see inside. Melissa was on our couch, and next to her sat a man I'd never seen before. He was probably mid-40s, wearing a stained gray work shirt and jeans with holes at the knees. His hair was thin and greasy, pulled back in a stringy ponytail, and even from across the room I could see the crude tattoos covering his arms. Not professional work, more like the kind people get in prison. His boots were on our coffee table, leaving dirt marks on the glass, and in his hand was a beer from our fridge. But what made my chest tighten was the way he was sitting, completely relaxed, like he owned the place, one arm draped behind Melissa on the couch. She looked small next to him, her usual ponytail messy, and she kept glancing toward the stairs that led up to the girls' rooms. "Come on, baby, don't be so uptight," the man said, pulling Melissa closer. "I told you they won't be back for hours. Rich people love their fancy parties." His hand moved to her shoulder and I saw her stiffen. "Besides, you said their kids are heavy sleepers. We could make all the noise we want." That's when I noticed the backpack by his feet. Black, military style, partially unzipped. Something metallic gleamed inside, but I couldn't tell what it was from my angle. Melissa mumbled something I couldn't hear, and he laughed, an ugly sound that made my skin prickle. "Don't worry about it. After tonight, you won't have to babysit anymore. We'll have enough to get out of this dump of a town." He took another swig of beer, then stood up suddenly, and I pulled back into the shadows. "Where'd you say they keep the jewelry again? Upstairs bedroom, right?" I heard footsteps moving toward the hallway, toward us, and Rebecca grabbed my arm so tight her nails dug through my sleeve. I pulled Rebecca back quickly, guiding her into the kitchen as silently as possible. My mind was racing, trying to process what we just heard. This man was planning to rob us, and Melissa was involved somehow. But the way she'd looked, the tension in her body, made me wonder if she was there willingly. Rebecca was already pulling out her phone, her fingers shaking as she dialed 911. I kept myself positioned where I could see the hallway, ready to act if he headed upstairs toward our daughters. The dispatcher answered, and Rebecca whispered our address, explaining the situation in short, clipped sentences. I heard movement from the living room, heavy footsteps pacing, Melissa's voice saying something about waiting, about being careful. Then the man's voice, sharper now. "I've been waiting in that stinking garage for 3 hours. You said this would be easy money. Now stop being scared and help me find their stuff." The garage. He'd been in our garage, waiting. The thought made me sick. How long had this been planned? The dispatcher was telling Rebecca to stay on the line, that units were on their way, but to stay hidden and not confront the intruders. The next few minutes felt like hours. We could hear them moving around the living room, drawers being opened, things being moved. At one point I heard something glass break, followed by Melissa's sharp intake of breath and the man saying, "Shut up, it's just some cheap vase." Then suddenly, horrifyingly, I heard small footsteps on the stairs. "Melissa." It was Lily's voice, sleepy and confused. "I heard something break. Is everything okay?" My heart nearly stopped. Rebecca's face went white and I had to physically hold her back from running out there. We heard Melissa's voice, artificially bright. "Everything's fine, sweetie. Just drop something, go back to bed." But Lily, always the more persistent twin, came down another step. "Who's that man? Is that your dad?" There was a pause that seemed to stretch forever. Then the man's voice, trying to sound friendly but failing. "Yeah, kid, I'm her dad. Just came to pick her up. Go back to sleep." Another pause, then Lily. "But Melissa said her dad lives in Colorado." "You don't sound like you're from Colorado." Everything happened fast after that. The man cursed loudly and I heard rapid footsteps. He was heading toward the stairs, toward Lily. That's when every careful thought left my head. I burst out of the kitchen shouting, "Get away from her!" He spun around, his face a mix of surprise and rage. Up close, I could see the wild look in his bloodshot eyes, the way his jaw clenched and unclenched. Melissa jumped up from the couch, crying, "No, no, no, this wasn't supposed to happen like this." Lily stood frozen on the stairs, her pink pajamas with the unicorn print looking so small and vulnerable. The man reached into his backpack, and that's when I saw it clearly. A large hunting knife in a leather sheath. But before he could grab it, we heard sirens, multiple sirens getting louder fast. His eyes darted between me, the stairs, and the front door. "You called the cops?" he snarled at Melissa. "You stupid little—" But she was already backing away from him, shaking her head, tears streaming down her face. The sirens were right outside now, and I saw red and blue lights flashing through the windows. "Lily, go to your room and lock the door, now!" I commanded, and thankfully she ran back upstairs. The man looked like a trapped animal, his hand still hovering near the backpack. The police announcement came through a megaphone. "This is the police, come out with your hands visible." The man grabbed his backpack and made a dash for the back door, but Rebecca had locked it from the kitchen, and he struggled with the deadbolt, cursing frantically. That's when the front door burst open, and 3 officers rushed in, weapons drawn. "Drop the bag! Hands where we can see them!" The man actually tried to rush past them, which was the stupidest thing he could have done. They had him on the ground in seconds, his face pressed against our hardwood floor while they cuffed him. Melissa had collapsed on the couch, sobbing hysterically, repeating, "I'm sorry, I'm so sorry," over and over. One officer stayed with her while another secured the scene. Rebecca ran upstairs to check on both girls, and I heard Grace's door open, both twins crying but safe. The officer examining the man's backpack pulled out not just the hunting knife, but also zip ties, a roll of duct tape, and what looked like a small crowbar. "Jesus," he muttered, then louder to his partner. "Call for another unit. This is bigger than a simple break-in." What we learned over the next several hours turned our relief into a different kind of horror. The man's name was Robert Crenshaw, and he had a record that made my blood run cold. Aggravated assault, attempted kidnapping of a minor in 2016, and he'd just been released from prison 8 months ago. Melissa, sobbing in the police station, told them everything. She'd met him at a gas station 3 weeks earlier. He seemed charming at first, buying her coffee, telling her how pretty she was, how mature she seemed for her age. He'd slowly convinced her that we were wealthy people who wouldn't even notice if some jewelry went missing, that it would be victimless, easy money for them to start a new life together. But the detective who interviewed us later told us something that still haunts me. They'd found a notebook in his car with detailed notes about our routine, the girls' schedules, even drawings of our house layout. Next to Lily and Grace's names, he'd written, "Blonde, approximately 50-60 pounds. Quiet neighborhood. Garage has broken lock on side door." The robbery story was just what he'd told Melissa to get her cooperation. The zip ties and duct tape suggested something much darker. The detective believed he'd been planning to take the girls, and Melissa had unknowingly given him the perfect opportunity. She hadn't known about his record. He told her his name was Alex and that he worked construction. She thought she was helping with a simple theft, not realizing she'd let a predator into our home. The guilt destroyed her. Last I heard, she'd dropped out of college and moved back with her parents out of state. As for us, we moved within 6 months. Even after installing security cameras and new locks, we could never feel safe in that house again. The girls went through months of therapy, and Grace still has nightmares sometimes. But we were lucky. We came home early that night. Sometimes I think about what might have happened if Mr. Hutchinson's wife hadn't gotten sick from those shrimp, and I have to stop myself from going down that dark path. The semester had just started at Penn State, and I was desperately searching for ways to make extra cash. My roommate Jessica and I were splitting a cramped apartment near campus, and between textbooks and groceries, my savings account was looking pathetic. I was 20 years old, majoring in psychology, and had been babysitting since high school. It seemed like the perfect side gig while keeping up with classes. Every morning, I'd grab my laptop and head to this small cafe called the Grindhouse, about 2 blocks from campus. They had decent Wi-Fi, and the owner, Mrs. Chen, always gave students free refills. That Tuesday morning in early September was no different, except for the man who approached me while I was updating my profile on a babysitting website. He looked completely normal, maybe mid-30s, wearing a button-down shirt and khakis like he'd just stepped out of an office. Clean-shaven wedding ring, carrying a leather messenger bag. Everything about him screamed suburban dad. He apologized for interrupting, said he'd overheard me talking on the phone about needing babysitting work, and explained that he and his wife were desperate for someone reliable. His name was David Brennan, and he had twin girls, 6 years old, named Sophie and Ella. He showed me photos on his phone. 2 adorable blonde kids in matching sundresses, playing on a swing set in what looked like a beautiful backyard. He said his regular nanny had just quit without notice, and his wife was traveling for work. The job would be 3 evenings a week, paying $25 an hour, cash. That was almost double what I usually made, and he needed someone to start that very evening. I should have noticed the weird details right then. He kept checking his phone every few seconds, like he was waiting for something. When I asked for his wife's contact information, he said she was on a flight to Seattle and wouldn't be reachable until tomorrow. He gave me the address, 4782 Willow Creek Drive, and said to arrive at 7 sharp because he had a business dinner downtown. I asked if I could meet the girls first, maybe stop by in the afternoon, but he insisted they were at school until 5 and then had piano lessons. Everything had an explanation. Every question had an answer that made just enough sense. He even gave me a list of the girls' allergies. Sophie couldn't have peanuts, Ella was lactose intolerant, and their bedtime routine written on a post-it note. He paid me $40 up front as a good faith deposit and shook my hand with this firm, professional grip before leaving. The rest of the day, I couldn't focus on my classes. I kept thinking about that easy money, how I could finally afford to fix my car's broken AC before the weather got hot again. I texted Jessica about the job, and she said I was lucky to find something that paid so well. Around 6:30, I drove out to Willow Creek Drive, following my GPS through neighborhoods that got progressively nicer the further I went from campus. The houses were huge, with manicured lawns and those fancy lampposts at the end of each driveway. When I pulled up to 4782, my first thought was that these people definitely could afford $25 an hour. It was a beautiful 2-story colonial with white pillars and black shutters, the kind of place you see in real estate magazines. But something was weird. There were no toys in the yard, no bikes in the driveway, no colorful curtains in what should have been kids' bedroom windows. I rang the doorbell at exactly 7 o'clock, and David answered immediately, like he'd been standing right behind the door waiting. He was dressed differently now, jeans and a polo shirt instead of business clothes, and there was this energy about him that hadn't been there at the cafe. He kept talking fast, explaining that the girls were already upstairs playing quietly, that they'd eaten dinner, that they were shy with new people, so I shouldn't worry if they didn't come down right away. The house smelled strange, like fresh paint mixed with some kind of chemical cleaner, even though everything looked lived in. He showed me around quickly, too quickly, pointing out the kitchen, the bathroom, the living room with its leather furniture and massive TV. There were photos on the mantel, but when I looked closer, they were all generic stock photos that come with picture frames. Not a single real family photo anywhere. The refrigerator had no drawings, no magnets, nothing that said kids lived here. David said he was already running late and practically pushed the emergency contact list into my hands. His cell number, the restaurant where he'd be, and supposedly his wife's number, though he reminded me she was unreachable. He grabbed a jacket from the coat rack and headed for the door, telling me the girls would probably come down for a snack around 8. Bedtime was 9:30, and I should make myself comfortable. Then he was gone, and I heard his car pull away fast, tires actually squealing a little on the pavement. I stood in that too-quiet house listening for any sound of children playing upstairs. Nothing. No footsteps, no giggles, no TV sounds, no toys clattering. I called out, "Sophie, Ella, I'm Amanda, your babysitter for tonight." My voice echoed in the stairwell. I walked to the bottom of the stairs and listened harder. The house was completely, unnaturally silent except for the hum of the air conditioner. I climbed the stairs slowly, my heart hammering against my ribs. The hallway was dark with 4 closed doors. I knocked on the first one, said "girls," and opened it. Empty. A guest bedroom with a perfectly made bed and nothing else. The second door was a bathroom. The third was an office with a desk and computer. The fourth door was supposedly the girls' room. It had 2 small beds with pink comforters, a few stuffed animals arranged too perfectly, and a bookshelf with children's books that looked brand new, spines uncracked. The closet had exactly 6 outfits hanging in 2 sizes, tags still on some of them. That's when my whole body went cold. This wasn't a kid's room. This was a stage set. I pulled out my phone to text Jessica, but I had no signal. Not one bar. I tried connecting to Wi-Fi, but there was none. I went back downstairs, my legs feeling weak, and tried the landline in the kitchen. Dead. No dial tone, just silence. The front door was my first instinct, but when I turned the knob, it wouldn't budge. Not locked in a normal way. It didn't even rattle or move slightly. I ran to the back door in the kitchen. Same thing. The windows all had locks on them that needed a key from the inside. My chest felt tight, like I couldn't get enough air. I was trapped. That's when I heard a door open somewhere in the house. Not upstairs, but somewhere on the first floor. Maybe a basement door or a closet I hadn't noticed. Footsteps, slow and deliberate, were coming from the back of the house. Not David's quick, nervous energy from before. These were patient, measured steps. Then I heard another set of footsteps from upstairs directly above me. There were at least 2 people in this house with me, and neither of them were 6-year-old girls. I grabbed a knife from the kitchen block, my hand trembling so bad I could barely grip it. The footsteps stopped, both sets at the exact same moment, like they were communicating somehow. The silence was worse than the footsteps. I backed into a corner where I could see both the hallway and the kitchen entrance, holding that knife in front of me, like it could actually protect me from whatever this was. Then I saw him, not David, but another man, older, maybe 50, with gray hair and wearing work clothes like a maintenance uniform. He stood at the kitchen entrance, not moving, just watching me with this blank expression. He didn't look angry or excited or anything, just empty, like this was a normal Tuesday night for him. "She's in here," he called out, not to me but to whoever was upstairs. His voice was calm, conversational. The footsteps upstairs started again, heading toward the staircase. I screamed at him to stay back, waving the knife, but he just tilted his head slightly, studying me like I was an interesting specimen. That's when I remembered the window in the bathroom. It was smaller than the others, the kind with frosted glass that usually just has a simple latch. I had maybe 10 seconds before whoever was upstairs made it down. I threw the knife at the gray-haired man. It missed completely but made him step back, and I ran. I sprinted to the bathroom, slammed the door, and locked it. The window was small but not impossible. I could hear them both outside the door now. Not pounding or yelling, just calmly trying the handle. One of them said something about the new lock working perfectly. I stood on the toilet, punched the frosted glass with my elbow wrapped in a towel. It shattered outward, the sound incredibly loud in that quiet house. I could hear them fumbling with keys now, multiple keys, like they had a whole ring of them. I squeezed through that window, feeling the remaining glass scrape my stomach and legs, not caring about the cuts. I dropped 8 feet onto the grass, landing hard on my ankle but immediately getting up and running. Behind me, I could hear the bathroom door finally burst open, and one of them shouting something I couldn't make out. I ran through the backyard, which was deeper and darker than it looked from the front. There was a wooden fence at the back, old and tall, but I could see a neighbor's house lit up beyond it. I threw myself at that fence, climbing like my life depended on it, because it did. I could hear one of them coming through the window behind me, grunting as he tried to fit through the opening I'd barely managed. My hands were slippery with blood from the glass cuts, making it hard to grip the fence boards. When I finally got to the top and swung my leg over, I saw the gray-haired man coming around the side of the house, moving faster than I expected. He was carrying something, rope or zip ties, I couldn't tell in the dark. I dropped into the neighbor's yard and ran straight to their back door, pounding on it and screaming for help. An elderly woman answered, took one look at me, bloody, crying, hysterical, and immediately pulled me inside, locking the door behind us. Her husband called 911 while she grabbed towels for my cuts. I was sobbing so hard I could barely tell the operator what happened. The police arrived within minutes, but when they went to the house at 4782 Willow Creek Drive, it was empty. Not just empty of people, empty of everything. The furniture was gone, the fake kids' room was cleared out, even the stock photos had been removed. The neighbors said the house had been a rental property, vacant for months, and someone must have broken in to use it. They found the listing online. It had been taken down that very evening. David Brennan, of course, wasn't a real name. The police found 3 other reports in different states, same setup, fake babysitting job, but I was the only one who had gotten away. They never caught them. I was 19 and needed money for college. So when my mom's co-worker mentioned her neighbors needed a babysitter for their 8-month-old daughter, I jumped at the chance. The Thompsons lived in this beautiful colonial house about 20 minutes from campus, the kind with the wraparound porch and those expensive shutters that actually worked. Mrs. Thompson was a pediatric nurse who worked nights, and Mr. Thompson traveled for some investment firm. They paid $60 for 4 hours, which was incredible money for basically watching Netflix while a baby slept. That particular Thursday in early May, Mrs. Thompson had left for her shift at 7, and Mr. Thompson was supposedly in Boston for some conference. The baby, Chloe, had gone down easy around 8:30, and I was settled on their leather couch with my laptop, working on a paper about Victorian literature that was due Monday. The doorbell rang at exactly 9:47. I remember because I'd just checked my phone to see if my boyfriend had texted back. Nobody ever came to the Thompsons' house that late, especially not on a weeknight. Through the peephole, I saw a man in a wrinkled gray suit, maybe 45, with this weird nervous energy that made him shift his weight from foot to foot. His hair stuck up in places like he'd been running his fingers through it repeatedly, and there was something about his eyes. They were too wide, too focused, like he was running on pure adrenaline. When I opened the door with the chain still on, he immediately started talking, his words tumbling out fast and desperate. "I need to speak with Michael Thompson. Tell him Doug Lawson is here. Tell him I know what he did with the pension fund, with my mother's retirement, with everyone's money." His breath smelled like coffee and something metallic, and I noticed his hands kept moving to his jacket pocket, then away, then back again. I tried to explain that Mr. Thompson wasn't home, that I was just the babysitter, but Doug wasn't listening. He pushed against the door hard enough that the chain started pulling the frame, and his voice got louder, more aggressive. "Don't lie to me. His car is in the garage. I checked. That black Audi with the custom plates." The thing was, he was right. Mr. Thompson's car was there because he'd taken an Uber to the airport. Something about drinking with clients before his flight. I was about to suggest he call Mr. Thompson's office tomorrow, when Doug pulled his hand out of his pocket, and everything in my body went cold. The gun wasn't huge like in movies. It was small, black, almost looked like a toy except for how heavy it seemed in his shaking hand. "Open the door," he said, and his voice had gone quiet, which was somehow worse than the yelling. "I'm not going to hurt you. I just need to wait for Michael. We need to have a conversation about the 43 families he destroyed." Before I could react, before I could even think about slamming the door, he pushed harder and the chain snapped, just tore right out of the wood like it was nothing. He stumbled into the foyer and I backed up until I hit the console table, knocking over a vase that shattered on the hardwood floor. The sound was explosive in the quiet house, and immediately Chloe started crying upstairs. Doug's head snapped toward the stairs and his whole face changed. This strange mix of surprise and something else, maybe panic. "There's a kid here?" he asked, like he hadn't considered that possibility. I nodded, unable to form words, and watched as he closed the front door behind him, turning the deadbolt with this deliberate slowness that made my chest tight. "Get the baby," he said, waving the gun toward the stairs but not exactly pointing it at me. "Bring it down here. Michael needs to see what he's fighting for when he gets home. He needs to understand what it feels like when someone takes everything from you. My legs felt like water as I climbed the stairs, each step taking forever while Chloe's cries got louder. She was standing in her crib, face red and streaked with tears, clutching the rails with those tiny, perfect fingers. When I picked her up, she grabbed onto my shirt and buried her face in my shoulder, still sobbing but starting to calm down. I could hear Doug pacing downstairs, his shoes clicking on the hardwood in this irregular rhythm. 3 steps, pause, 5 steps, pause, 2 steps. I held Chloe tighter and walked back down, each stair creaking under my weight. Doug was in the living room now, standing by the window with the curtain pulled back slightly, watching the street. The gun was still in his hand but hanging at his side, and I could see his finger wasn't on the trigger, which felt important somehow. "Sit," he said without looking at me, gesturing toward the couch with his free hand. "We're going to wait." I sat down with Chloe on my lap, and she immediately started reaching for my phone on the coffee table, making these little chirping sounds she always made when she wanted something. Doug turned from the window and really looked at her for the first time, and his expression did something complicated. His jaw clenched and unclenched, and he rubbed his face with his free hand. "How old?" he asked, his voice different now, rougher. When I told him 8 months, he made this sound that wasn't quite a laugh. My grandson would have been about that age. Would have been if his parents hadn't lost their house. If my son hadn't. He trailed off and went back to watching the window. Michael Thompson told them it was a sure thing. Told all of us. "Trust me," he said. "This is how you secure your family's future." And then he walked away with his commission while we lost everything. My son drove his car into a bridge abutment 3 months later, 60 miles an hour. They said it was an accident. The way he said accident made it clear he didn't believe that. And suddenly I understood this wasn't just about money. Chloe started fussing again, squirming in my arms and making those pre-cry whimpers that meant she was hungry. I asked Doug if I could get her bottle from the kitchen, and he followed me, staying about 6 feet behind like he was trying to maintain some kind of boundary. The formula was already made in the fridge. Mrs. Thompson always prepared everything in advance, and I heated it in the bottle warmer while Doug leaned against the door frame, the gun now tucked in his waistband but still visible. "What's your name?" he asked suddenly, and when I told him it was Jenny, he nodded slowly. "Jenny. You seem like a good kid. I'm sorry you're in the middle of this, but Michael needs to understand consequences. He's been avoiding me for months, blocked my number, had security escort me out of his office building. His lawyer sent a cease and desist letter. Can you believe that? A cease and desist like I'm the criminal." His laugh was bitter and sharp, and it made Chloe turn her head toward him, bottle still in her mouth, studying him with those serious baby eyes. We went back to the living room, and Doug started talking more like he needed someone to understand. He told me about the investment scheme, about how Michael had specifically targeted older clients at his previous firm, people close to retirement who couldn't afford to take risks. He showed them fake portfolios, doctored returns, had this whole elaborate setup with false documents and even a fake auditor who was actually his college roommate. 43 families lost their retirement savings. Most of them were too embarrassed to even report it, thought it was their fault for being greedy. But I did my research. I tracked down every single person he scammed. The FBI said there wasn't enough evidence that the paper trail was too clean, but I know what he did. He pulled out his phone and showed me a photo of a younger man who looked just like him, standing next to a woman holding a newborn. That was my son Andrew. Software engineer. Had his whole life planned out. His voice cracked on the word planned, and for a second the gun in his waistband looked less like a weapon and more like the last option of a desperate man. Around 10:30, Chloe fell asleep in my arms, her weight warm and trusting against my chest. Doug had moved to the armchair across from us, and I could see him fighting exhaustion. His eyelids would droop, then snap open whenever a car passed outside. I carefully reached for my phone, thinking maybe I could text someone, but he noticed immediately. "Put it in the kitchen," he said, not angry, just tired. "Please. I can't have you calling anyone until Michael gets here. He usually comes home by 11 when he travels." Never stays overnight if he can help it. As I walked to the kitchen with Chloe still sleeping against me, I noticed the family photos on the wall. Michael Thompson smiling at a company party, his arm around his wife, both of them looking successful and untouchable. When I came back, Doug was staring at those same photos with an expression I couldn't read. "You know what the worst part is?" he said quietly. "He probably doesn't even remember my son's name. Just another account number in his scam." Andrew Lawson, reduced to a statistic. At 11:15, we heard a car in the driveway. Doug jumped up so fast he knocked over a glass of water I'd set on the side table, and his hand went straight to the gun. Through the window, I could see Mr. Thompson getting out of an Uber, checking his phone as he walked toward the door. Doug positioned himself behind the door, telling me to stay on the couch with the baby, to not move, to not say anything. My heart was pounding so hard I was sure Chloe would wake up from the vibration. The key turned in the lock, and Mr. Thompson walked in already talking. "Jenny, sorry I'm late. Flight got delayed and—" He stopped mid-sentence when he saw my face, and then Doug stepped out from behind the door. "Hello, Michael," Doug said, and Mr. Thompson's briefcase hit the floor with a thud that seemed to echo forever. "We need to talk about Andrew Lawson. You remember that name, don't you? Or was he just victim number 37 to you?" Mr. Thompson's face went white. Not the shocked white of surprise, but the guilty white of recognition. And I knew then that everything Doug had said was true. "Doug, let's talk about this," Mr. Thompson said, his hands raised slightly, his voice taking on that smooth salesman tone that probably worked in boardrooms. "I understand you're upset. What happened with the fund was unfortunate, but it was a market downturn, not fraud. Your son's death was a tragedy, but—" Doug cut him off by pulling out the gun, not pointing it at anyone, just holding it. Don't you dare stand there and lie to my face. I have the emails, Michael. The ones you thought you deleted. Your roommate kept copies before you threw him under the bus, too. $60,000 my mother had saved over 40 years of teaching third grade. Gone. You bought that Audi the next week." Mr. Thompson's eyes darted to me and Chloe, and something shifted in his face. "Your daughter," Doug continued, his voice breaking slightly. "You get to hold your daughter. You get to watch her grow up. My son will never, Andrew will never—" He couldn't finish the sentence, and the gun in his hand started shaking. What happened next took maybe 10 seconds but felt like an hour. Mr. Thompson lunged forward, not at Doug but toward us, toward his daughter, and Doug swung the gun up instinctively. The sound Chloe made when she woke up, this piercing shriek of pure fear, seemed to break something in Doug. He looked at the gun in his hand like he'd never seen it before, then at the terrified baby in my arms, and his whole body just crumpled. The gun fell to the floor, and he dropped to his knees, sobbing these horrible broken sounds. Mr. Thompson grabbed the gun and kicked it across the room, then pulled out his phone to call 911. But his hands were trembling so badly he could barely dial. "I just wanted him to understand," Doug kept saying between sobs. "I just wanted someone to acknowledge what he did to us." I sat there holding Chloe, who was now screaming at full volume, watching this middle-aged man fall apart on the expensive hardwood floor while Mr. Thompson spoke rapidly to the dispatcher, giving our address, saying "armed intruder" over and over like it was the only phrase he knew. The police arrived within minutes, 3 cars with lights blazing, officers rushing in with their hands on their weapons. Doug didn't resist at all. He just sat there on the floor with his hands visible, tears still streaming down his face. As they cuffed him and read him his rights, he looked at Mr. Thompson one last time. "The evidence is in a safety deposit box at First National. Box 447. The FBI will want to see it." Mr. Thompson's face went even paler, if that was possible, and he started to say something, but one of the officers was already asking him questions about the break-in. They took Doug away, and I heard later that he was charged with breaking and entering, criminal threatening, and unlawful possession of a firearm. But the strangest part came 2 weeks later when I saw in the news that Michael Thompson had been arrested for investment fraud. Turns out Doug's evidence was solid. Emails, recorded phone calls, bank records, everything. The FBI had reopened the case. Mrs. Thompson called me the next day to make sure I was okay, and to tell me they wouldn't need me to babysit anymore. They were moving, she said, somewhere fresh. She sent me a check for $500 with a note that just said, "I'm sorry. I never told anyone the whole truth about that night, about how Mr. Thompson's face confirmed his guilt before Doug even showed the evidence, or how Doug had specifically avoided pointing the gun at anyone until that last moment of panic. I still think about it sometimes, especially when I see Chloe's picture on Mrs. Thompson's Instagram. She's 3 now, living in Michigan under what I assume is her mother's maiden name. Doug Lawson got 18 months in minimum security and mandatory counseling. Michael Thompson got 12 years federal time and was ordered to pay restitution, though I doubt those 43 families will ever see much of their money back. There's no clean ending to this story, no moment where everything made sense. Just a Thursday night where I got caught between 2 men destroyed by greed and grief, while a baby cried in my arms and everything unraveled in a stranger's living room. Saturday nights usually meant hanging out with friends at the mall or catching a movie, but that particular evening in early November found me driving through an unfamiliar neighborhood with my phone's GPS guiding me to Oakwood Court. I was 17, had been babysitting for extra cash since freshman year, and Mrs. Coleman was offering $50 for what she promised would be an easy night watching her 6-year-old son Noah. She'd found me through a mom's Facebook group where several parents had recommended me, and when she called 2 days earlier, her voice carried that particular strain of desperation that meant her regular sitter had bailed. The money would cover half my car insurance for the month, and honestly, spending a few hours watching cartoons with a kid seemed better than another night scrolling through social media while my friends posted stories from parties I couldn't afford to attend. Their house sat at the very end of the cul-de-sac, one of those modern 2-stories with big windows and gray siding that seemed to be popping up everywhere lately. Behind it, thick woods stretched out into darkness, the trees already bare from autumn wind. Mr. Coleman greeted me at the door in a tuxedo that pulled tight across his shoulders, fumbling with cufflinks while his wife's voice drifted from upstairs, something about not finding the right shoes. Noah stood beside his father, clutching a stuffed triceratops and studying me with those serious eyes that some kids get when meeting new people. Mrs. Coleman rushed down the stairs 5 minutes later, in a burgundy dress, her hair still slightly damp from curling, and launched into rapid-fire instructions. Emergency numbers on the fridge, pediatrician's info in the drawer, Noah already ate dinner, bedtime at 9 sharp, absolutely no scary movies even if he begs. They were gone within 10 minutes, leaving behind the lingering scent of expensive perfume and the quiet hum of a house I didn't know. Noah turned out to be one of those easy kids who mostly entertained himself. We built a fortress out of couch cushions in the living room, and he showed me his collection of dinosaur books, explaining in detail which ones were herbivores and which ones would definitely eat us if they were still alive. Around 8:30, while we were halfway through his favorite animated movie about talking cars, I noticed movement outside the big picture window that faced the front yard. Just a quick shadow passing by. Probably someone walking their dog. But when I looked closer, I could make out a figure standing at the edge of the driveway, right where the streetlights reach faded into darkness. They weren't moving, just standing there facing the house. I kept Noah distracted, not wanting to scare him, but every few minutes I'd glance back and the person would still be there. After about 15 minutes, I casually got up to get a snack and peeked through the kitchen window for a different angle. The figure had moved closer, now standing by the Coleman's mailbox, still watching. I told myself it was probably just someone from the neighborhood, maybe a teenager smoking where their parents couldn't see them, or someone waiting for a ride. But something about the way they stood so still, never checking a phone, never shifting their weight, made my chest feel tight. Noah asked for juice, and while I poured it in the kitchen, I noticed the side door that led to the garage. Mrs. Coleman had mentioned it during her rush tour, saying it was tricky, and to make sure it was locked, because sometimes it didn't catch properly. I checked it, definitely locked. Through the small window in the door, I could see into the dark garage, and beyond that, another window that showed the side yard. My breath caught. The figure was there now, standing between the house and the fence, maybe 10 feet from where I was standing. This close, I could see it was a man, tall and thin, wearing what looked like a dark jacket with the hood up. He wasn't looking at the garage door, though. His head was tilted up toward the second-floor windows. Grabbed my phone and scrolled to Mrs. Coleman's number, then hesitated. What would I even say? There's someone standing in your yard? He hadn't done anything threatening, hadn't tried to get in, hadn't even approached the doors. They'd be at their gala by now, probably just sitting down to dinner. I decided to text my mom instead, keeping it casual, just letting her know where I was and that everything was fine. Noah wanted to show me his room before bed, so I carried him upstairs on my back, making dinosaur noises to keep things light. His bedroom was at the front of the house, decorated with glow-in-the-dark stars on the ceiling and more dinosaur posters than I could count. While he brushed his teeth in the bathroom, I stood by his window and carefully pulled the curtain aside just enough to see out. The man was back at the front of the house now, standing in the middle of the lawn. From this angle, I could see he was wearing work boots and dark pants, maybe jeans. His face was completely hidden by the hood, but I could tell he was looking up, directly at the window where I stood. I stepped back quickly, my heart hammering against my ribs. Noah came padding back in his socks, and I tucked him into bed, trying to keep my voice steady while I read him a story about a friendly brontosaurus. He was out within 10 minutes, his breathing deep and even, still clutching the stuffed triceratops. I left his door cracked open like Mrs. Coleman had instructed and went back downstairs, every nerve in my body on high alert. The living room felt too exposed with those big windows, so I settled in the kitchen, where I could see both the front door and the side door to the garage. I texted my friend Jenna, asking if she was still up, needing the connection to someone, anyone. While waiting for her response, I heard it, a soft scraping sound from the side of the house, like someone dragging something against the siding. I crept to the side door window and peered out. The man was right there, his face inches from the glass, though I still couldn't make out his features in the darkness. But what made my whole body go cold was what I saw in his hand, a small notebook where he was writing something down, his eyes never leaving mine through the glass. I stumbled backward, knocking into the kitchen counter, and when I looked again, he was gone. Just empty darkness where he'd been standing seconds before. My phone buzzed, Jenna responding with some gossip about a party, but I couldn't focus on the words. I did a quick check of every door and window on the first floor, making sure everything was locked, yanking on each handle twice to be certain. The house had an alarm system, but Mrs. Coleman hadn't given me the code, only mentioned that they rarely used it. I found a large kitchen knife in the drawer and set it on the counter, then felt ridiculous and put it back, then grabbed it again. The silence in the house was suffocating, every small sound. The refrigerator humming, the heater clicking on, made me jump. I positioned myself where I could see the front door, the stairs, and the hallway leading to the garage door all at once. 20 minutes passed with no sign of the man. Maybe he'd left. Maybe he was just some local weirdo who liked to freak people out. I started to relax slightly, even managed to respond to Jenna's texts with shaky thumbs. Then I heard Noah crying upstairs, that confused, half-awake whimper kids do when they have bad dreams. I rushed up, taking the stairs two at a time, and found him sitting up in bed, rubbing his eyes. He said someone was tapping on his window, that it woke him up. My blood turned to ice water in my veins, but I kept my voice calm, telling him it was probably just a tree branch. His window faced the front yard. There were no trees close enough to reach it. I picked him up and carried him downstairs with me, making up a story about having a special movie night since his parents were gone. I settled him on the couch with a blanket and put on another cartoon, volume low. While he watched, mesmerized and still half asleep, I called 911. I kept my voice quiet, explaining the situation to the dispatcher. She said a patrol car would swing by to check things out, probably within the next 15 to 20 minutes. As I hung up, I noticed something that made my legs feel weak. The side door to the garage, the one I'd checked twice, the one Mrs. Coleman warned me about, was standing slightly open, cold November air drifting into the kitchen. I grabbed Noah, who protested sleepily, and carried him to the powder room near the front entrance. It was the only room on the first floor with a lock on the door and no windows. I set him on the closed toilet seat. His dinosaur clutched against his chest and told him we were playing a game. Whoever could be the quietest would win a prize. His eyes were wide now, picking up on my fear despite my attempts to hide it. I locked the door and sat on the floor with my back against it, Noah in my lap, my phone in one hand with 911 ready to dial again. We could hear the house around us, the normal settling sounds that now seemed sinister, the hum of electronics, and then something else. Footsteps above us, slow and deliberate, moving through the second floor. Not the quick, light steps of someone searching, but measured, unhurried, like someone taking inventory. They moved from room to room, pausing occasionally. I could track their path, Noah's room first, then what must be the master bedroom, then the hallway bathroom. The toilet tank lid in our small bathroom could be used as a weapon if needed, I thought wildly, but I couldn't risk the noise of removing it. The footsteps stopped directly above us, and we heard drawers being opened and closed, not frantically but methodically. Noah pressed his face into my shoulder, his small body trembling, and I held him tighter, texting the 911 dispatcher with my free hand that someone was definitely in the house now. She told me units were 3 minutes out, to stay where I was, keep the door locked. 3 minutes feels like 3 hours when you're sitting in a bathroom with a terrified child, listening to a stranger walk through the house. The footsteps moved to the stairs, and we could hear each creak as he descended. 5th step, 4th, 3rd. I knew because I'd counted them earlier when carrying Noah up. He reached the bottom and paused. We could hear breathing on the other side of the bathroom door, heavy and slow. The doorknob turned once, testing. Then again, harder. Noah whimpered, and I pressed my hand gently over his mouth, tears running down both our faces. The man kicked the door once, hard enough to make the frame shake, and Noah's dinosaur fell to the floor with a soft thump. Then suddenly, beautifully, we heard sirens approaching, getting louder by the second. The footsteps retreated fast, running now, and we heard the side door slam. I stayed frozen in place, Noah still clutched against me, until I heard loud knocking and someone identifying themselves as police. Even then, I made them slip their badge under the bathroom door before I opened it. 2 officers were there, a younger guy with red hair and an older woman who immediately took charge. While the male officer searched the house and checked the perimeter, the woman sat with us in the living room, Noah on my lap, refusing to let go. She was patient and professional, taking my statement while keeping her voice soft enough not to further frighten Noah. The other officer came back and asked me to walk through the house with him to see if anything looked disturbed. In Noah's room, all his dresser drawers were open, clothes moved around but nothing obviously missing. The master bedroom was the same. Drawers opened, jewelry box on the dresser opened but still full. Mr. Coleman's watch still sitting on the nightstand. But in the small office at the end of the hall, we found what the intruder had been after. A filing cabinet was open, papers scattered on the desk, and the officer pointed out what I hadn't noticed. Several documents with social security numbers, bank statements, tax returns, everything someone would need for identity theft. The Colemans came home to a crime scene. Mrs. Coleman still in her burgundy dress, but now with a police jacket over her shoulders. Mascara streaked down her cheeks as she held Noah. The police found muddy footprints throughout the house. The intruder had been inside for at least 30 minutes before I'd locked us in the bathroom, walking through every room, even standing in the doorway of Noah's room while he slept. They found where he'd been watching from outside too, cigarette butts and footprints beneath several windows, suggesting he'd been there for hours before we even arrived, studying the house, waiting for the parents to leave. The side door lock was broken, looked like it had been for a while, just held closed by the deadbolt that I'd checked, but which could be jimmied open with a credit card. They never caught him. though the police said this matched a pattern of break-ins targeting houses with babysitters. Someone who knew teenage sitters would be less likely to confront them, more likely to hide with the children. Mrs. Coleman paid me triple what we'd agreed on and drove me home herself, apologizing over and over. I never babysat for a family I didn't know again, and even now, years later, I still check every lock twice and never sit with my back to a window. Most people think babysitting is easy money. Watch some kids, put them to bed, watch TV until the parents come home. I thought the same thing when I started doing it during my junior year of college. The extra cash helped with textbooks and rent for my cramped studio apartment near campus. It was a Saturday in early April when I got a call from the Waynes, a family I'd never worked for before. They'd gotten my number from another family I regularly sat for, the Johnsons. Mrs. Wayne sounded desperate on the phone. Their regular sitter had canceled last minute, and they had theater tickets they'd bought months in advance. She offered to pay double my usual rate if I could be there by 6. The money was too good to pass up, especially with finals coming up and my car needing new brakes. The Waynes lived in one of those pristine suburban developments where every house has the same mailbox, and the HOA sends you letters if your grass gets too long. Their house was a 2-story colonial with perfect white shutters and a wraparound porch that looked like something from a real estate magazine. Mr. Wayne answered the door wearing a charcoal suit that probably cost more than my semester's tuition. He had this nervous energy about him, kept checking his watch and glancing back toward the stairs. Mrs. Wayne appeared behind him in a burgundy cocktail dress, her smile tight as she ushered me inside. They had 2 kids, she explained quickly. Lily, who was 7, and Ethan, who just turned 9. She mentioned Ethan could be a handful sometimes, but assured me both kids usually went to bed without much fuss. Something about the way Mr. Wayne's jaw tightened when she said Ethan's name should have been my first warning. After the parents left in a rush of perfume and car keys, I found Lily in the living room coloring at the coffee table. She had these huge brown eyes and kept her crayons organized by color in perfect rows. When I introduced myself, she barely looked up, just whispered hi, and went back to her drawing. I asked where her brother was, and she got this strange look on her face, like she was trying to decide whether to tell me something important. "He's in his room," she finally said, then added in an even quieter voice, "He's not supposed to come out until dinner." That struck me as odd. What 9-year-old gets sent to their room before the babysitter even arrives? I told her I'd go introduce myself to him, but she grabbed my wrist with her small hand. "Don't," she said, and there was something in her voice that made me pause. "Just wait until dinner, please." Her grip was surprisingly strong for such a little kid, and I noticed old scratches on her arms, some faded and some still pink. I decided to respect what seemed like a family rule, and stayed downstairs with Lily while she colored. She was drawing a house, but all the windows were colored in black, and there were no people in the picture. Around 6:30, I started making dinner. Mrs. Wayne had left instructions for mac and cheese and chicken nuggets. While the water was boiling, I heard footsteps on the stairs, slow and deliberate. Ethan appeared in the kitchen doorway, and my first thought was how normal he looked. Sandy brown hair that stuck up in the back, freckles across his nose, wearing a dinosaur t-shirt and jeans. He had this wide smile that didn't quite reach his eyes, which were the palest blue I'd ever seen, almost gray. "You must be the new babysitter," he said, and something about hearing such formal words from a 9-year-old felt wrong. He walked past me to the counter and picked up a knife from the block, turning it over in his hands like he was examining it. "We're not supposed to touch those," I said, keeping my voice light and friendly. He looked at me for a long moment, still holding the knife, before setting it down with a deliberate click against the granite. During dinner, Ethan sat directly across from me while Lily picked at her food beside him. He ate his chicken nuggets by tearing them apart with his fingers first, examining the inside before eating each piece. "Did you know," he said suddenly, "that chickens can live for 18 months without a head? There was this one chicken named Mike who survived after my grandpa chopped his head off for dinner." He smiled at Lily when he said this, and she pushed her plate away. I tried to change the subject, asking about school and friends, but Ethan kept steering the conversation back to disturbing topics. How long different animals could survive without air, what happens to bodies when they decompose, whether I'd ever seen something die. Lily excused herself to use the bathroom, and as soon as she left, Ethan leaned forward. "Want to see something cool in the basement?" he asked. When I said maybe later, his expression shifted just for a second to something darker. "Lily showed you her scratches, didn't she? She's so dramatic. She doesn't understand that sometimes you have to hurt things to see how they work." The moment Lily came back, she must have sensed the tension because she immediately asked if we could watch a movie. I agreed quickly, grateful for the distraction, and we moved to the living room. Lily sat pressed against my side on the couch while Ethan took the armchair across from us, never taking his eyes off me even as the movie played. About halfway through, I heard a sound from upstairs, a high-pitched squeak followed by a thump. "That's just Mr. Whiskers," Lily said quickly, but her whole body had gone rigid. "Our cat," she added when she saw my confusion. Ethan stood up slowly, that same inappropriate smile spreading across his face. "I should check on him," he said. "He hasn't been feeling well." Lily's fingers dug into my arm and she whispered, "Don't let him go up there alone." But Ethan was already heading for the stairs, and when I stood to follow, he turned and said in this perfectly calm voice, "I really think you should stay with Lily. She gets scared when she's alone." The way he said it wasn't a suggestion. I stayed with Lily for about 5 minutes before the sounds from upstairs got worse. A series of thuds, and then what sounded like the cat screaming. Lily was crying now, silent tears running down her face, and I'd had enough. I told her to stay on the couch and headed for the stairs, taking them 2 at a time. The hallway was dark, but I could see light coming from under a door at the end. When I pushed it open, I found Ethan in what must have been his parents' bedroom. Mr. Whiskers was on the bed, and Ethan was holding him down with one hand while holding something small and sharp in the other. It looked like a compass from a geometry set. The cat was struggling, and there were already several small red spots on its white fur. "Put him down," I said, surprised by how steady my voice sounded. Ethan looked up at me with those pale eyes, tilting his head like I was the one doing something strange. "I'm just conducting an experiment," he said. "Don't you want to know how much pressure it takes before they stop moving?" I stepped forward and grabbed the cat, who immediately scratched my arms in panic before running out of the room. Ethan stood up slowly, still holding the compass, and for the first time I felt genuinely afraid of a 9-year-old child. "You shouldn't have done that," he said, walking toward me with measured steps. "Now the experiment is ruined. We'll have to start over with something else." I backed toward the door, keeping my eyes on him, but he moved faster than I expected, darting forward and catching my wrist. His grip was shockingly strong, and when he pressed the compass point against my palm, just enough to indent the skin, he watched my face with scientific curiosity. "Does this hurt?" he asked. "Rated on a scale of 1 to 10. I yanked my hand away and pushed past him, heading back downstairs where Lily was still curled up on the couch. My mind was racing. Should I call the parents, the police? This kid clearly needed serious help, but what would I even say? That a 9-year-old was creeping me out? I decided to call Mrs. Wayne, but when I picked up my phone, I realized it wasn't where I'd left it on the kitchen counter. "Looking for this?" Ethan's voice came from behind me. He was standing at the bottom of the stairs holding my phone. "I think we should play a game first." "Lily loves games, don't you, Lily?" His sister shrank further into the couch cushions, and I knew this was about to get much worse. "Give me my phone, Ethan," I said, trying to sound authoritative despite my racing heart. He tossed it in the air and caught it, then suddenly threw it hard against the wall where it shattered into pieces. The sound made Lily whimper. "Oops," he said flatly. "Guess you can't call anyone now." He walked into the kitchen, and I heard drawers opening and closing. When he came back, he was carrying the knife from earlier, the one he'd been examining before dinner. "Did you know that the human body has about 37 trillion cells?" he said conversationally, running his finger along the flat of the blade. I read that each one dies and regenerates at different rates. Skin cells last about 2 weeks. Red blood cells last 4 months. But brain cells, some of those last your whole lifetime, unless something happens to them. He took a step toward us and I pulled Lily behind me. "We're leaving," I said, grabbing Lily's hand and moving toward the front door. But Ethan was quick, positioning himself between us and the exit. "The game isn't over yet," he said, "and nobody leaves until I say so." That's when Lily did something I didn't expect. She bit Ethan's arm hard enough to make him drop the knife. "Run!" she screamed, and we bolted toward the back door in the kitchen. I could hear Ethan behind us, not running but walking with those same measured steps, like he knew we couldn't really escape. The back door was locked with a deadbolt that needed a key from the inside. Mrs. Wayne hadn't shown me where they kept it. Ethan appeared in the kitchen doorway, rubbing his arm where Lily had bitten him. "That really hurt, Lily," he said calmly. "You know what happens when you hurt me?" Lily was sobbing now, pressing herself against the door. I grabbed a chair and held it between us and Ethan like a shield. "The Brenners next door," Lily whispered to me. "They have a key. Their backyard connects to ours through the gate." Ethan heard her and shook his head slowly. "You're not supposed to tell secrets, Lily. Now I'll have to punish both of you." He picked up the knife from where it had fallen, and I made a decision. I threw the chair at him as hard as I could, grabbed Lily, and ran for the sliding glass door in the dining room. The glass door was unlocked, thank God, and we burst into the backyard just as I heard the chair crash behind us. The Waynes' backyard was huge and dark, with a pool covered for the season, and garden beds along the fence. Lily pointed to a gate in the far corner, barely visible in the moonlight, and we ran toward it, my bare feet slipping on the wet grass. Behind us, the sliding door opened with a soft whoosh. "You can't run forever," Ethan called out, his voice carrying across the yard. "And when I catch you, we're going to play a different game. One where Lily gets to watch what happens when you don't follow the rules." The gate was locked with a simple latch that I fumbled with in the darkness, my fingers numb with fear. Finally, it clicked open and we stumbled into the Brenners' yard. Their house was lit up like a Christmas tree, every window glowing, and I could see someone moving in the kitchen. We ran to their back door and I pounded on it with both fists, probably looking insane. A college girl with scratched arms and no shoes, dragging a crying 7-year-old. Mrs. Brenner opened the door, an older woman with silver hair pulled back in a bun, and her eyes went wide when she saw us. "Call 911, I gasped out. "Please, just call 911 now." She didn't hesitate, immediately grabbing her phone from the counter while ushering us inside. Mr. Brenner appeared from the living room, and when I told them Ethan was dangerous and had a knife, his face went pale. "We've been worried about that boy," he said quietly. "Found our dog last month." "Never mind. Martha, tell them to hurry." We could see the Waynes' backyard from their kitchen window, and Ethan was standing by the gate, still holding the knife, just staring at the Brenners' house. He didn't try to come through the gate, just stood there watching. And somehow that was more terrifying than if he'd chased us. The police arrived within 10 minutes, the longest 10 minutes of my life. And 2 officers went to the Waynes' house while 1 stayed to take our statements. Lily finally told them everything, how Ethan had been hurting her for months, killing neighborhood pets, threatening her if she told anyone. She showed them older scars I hadn't noticed before, neat little cuts on her legs that he'd made her hide with long pants. The parents came home about an hour later to find police cars and an ambulance in their driveway. Mrs. Wayne broke down completely when the officers told her what had happened, but Mr. Wayne just stood there, with this hollow look, like he'd been expecting this call his whole life. Ethan was taken for psychiatric evaluation that night. I later learned from Mrs. Johnson, the family who'd recommended me, that he'd been diagnosed with conduct disorder and possible antisocial personality disorder, fancy terms for what everyone in that neighborhood now knew was a deeply disturbed child who'd been escalating for years. The Waynes moved away 3 months later, but I kept in touch with the officer who'd taken my statement. He told me Ethan was placed in a specialized residential treatment facility after they found journals in his room documenting everything he'd done to animals and his plans for bigger experiments. Lily went to live with her grandmother in another state while her parents dealt with the legal and medical fallout. She sent me a letter once, about a year later, thanking me for getting her out that night. She said she was doing better, making friends, and didn't have to lock her bedroom door anymore. I never babysat again after that night. I work in an office now. Nice boring data entry where the worst thing that happens is the printer jams. Sometimes I still think about Ethan's pale eyes and that clinical curiosity in his voice when he asked me to rate my pain. But mostly I think about Lily, hoping she's somewhere safe, finally able to be just a normal kid who doesn't have to live in fear of her own brother. Last winter, I was between jobs when my sister Laura asked if I could watch her boys for a week while she attended a conference in Phoenix. I just finished my teaching degree but hadn't landed a position yet, so the timing worked out perfectly. Her twins, Mason and Lucas, were 12 years old, and I figured it would be easy money. Just make sure they ate dinner, did their homework, and got to bed on time. Laura's house sat at the end of Pinewood Avenue, one of those quiet suburban streets where nothing ever happens, where the biggest drama is usually someone's lawn getting too tall. The boys had always been a little odd, quieter than most kids their age, but I chalked it up to them being bookish types who preferred screens to sports. They had this way of staring at you without blinking for just a beat too long, and they'd often finish each other's sentences in a way that made you wonder if they practiced their conversations beforehand. The first few days went smoothly enough, though I noticed they spent every free moment huddled together on the couch with their tablets, earbuds in, completely absorbed in whatever they were watching. When I asked what had them so captivated, Mason looked up with these bright, eager eyes and said they were learning about real investigations and how crimes actually work. Lucas chimed in that their science teacher had gotten them interested in forensics, and now they were watching everything they could find about famous cases and criminal psychology. At dinner, instead of talking about video games or school friends like normal kids, they'd discuss blood spatter patterns and how long it takes for bruises to form on different skin types. They knew details about cases I'd never even heard of, obscure murders from the 1970s, techniques used by serial killers to avoid detection, how investigators sometimes missed crucial evidence. The way they talked about violence was clinical, detached, like they were discussing the rules of chess rather than actual human suffering. On the fourth night, a Tuesday, I caught them in the garage after bedtime, examining Laura's tool collection with flashlights. Mason was holding a length of rope, while Lucas measured it against his own height, muttering numbers under his breath. When I flicked on the overhead light, they didn't even startle, just turned to look at me with those unnervingly calm expressions. "We're doing a project," Lucas explained, wrapping the rope into neat loops like he'd practiced the motion 100 times. About knots and their tensile strength. Mason added that they'd learned about different binding techniques used throughout history, how certain knots were impossible to escape from if done correctly. They showed me a notebook filled with detailed sketches of various knot patterns, complete with annotations about pounds of pressure and circulation cutoff times. Something about the precision of their drawings, the methodical way they documented each configuration, made my chest feel tight. That same night, after I'd sent them back to their rooms, I found their browser history on the family computer. Page after page of true crime forums, autopsy reports that should have been behind age restrictions, detailed discussions about how long a person could survive without oxygen, water, food. They'd bookmarked a thread titled, "Mistakes That Got Them Caught," with over 300 replies analyzing where criminals had gone wrong. One tab was still open to a video transcript of a killer describing exactly how he'd subdued his victims, step by step, like a cooking recipe. The boys had left comments under fake usernames, asking specific questions about restraint methods and how to prevent someone from screaming. User Twin Study 1 had written, "But wouldn't duct tape leave residue?" What about using cloth instead? The response from another user explained exactly how to muffle sound without leaving forensic evidence. My mouth went dry reading their exchanges, seeing how other users praised their thorough research and attention to detail. I should have called Laura right then, should have packed my things and left, but I kept telling myself they were just curious kids with a morbid fascination. Lots of people watch true crime shows, right? The next morning, Wednesday, they seemed completely normal at breakfast, talking about a math test and asking if we could order pizza for dinner. Mason even smiled when I agreed, a genuine kid smile that made me doubt everything I'd seen the night before. But throughout the day, I kept catching these moments. Lucas timing how long it took me to get from the kitchen to the front door, Mason testing which floorboards creaked in the hallway, both of them watching me when they thought I wasn't looking. After lunch, I found them in the basement with Laura's old camcorder, filming each other practice approaching someone from behind. "It's for a school presentation," Lucas said when I asked, but their teacher had sent home a newsletter that week, and there was nothing about any presentations. By Wednesday evening, the atmosphere in the house had shifted into something I can't quite describe, like the air before a thunderstorm, charged and heavy. The boys kept exchanging these meaningful looks across the dinner table, and I noticed they'd barely touched their pizza, despite specifically requesting it. Around 8 o'clock, Mason asked if I wanted to watch a movie with them. Something about his voice too eager, too rehearsed. Lucas was already setting up the living room, moving the coffee table aside to create more floor space, positioning the couch cushions in a specific arrangement that seemed oddly deliberate. They'd closed all the curtains even though it was still light outside, and I saw Lucas slip something into his pocket when he thought I was looking at the TV. The movie they'd chosen was some obscure thriller about a home invasion, and they kept pausing it to discuss the techniques the criminals were using, asking me what I would do in that situation, how I would try to escape. About halfway through the movie, Lucas said he was cold and went to get blankets. Mason stayed unnaturally still beside me, his breathing deliberately steady like he was counting each inhale and exhale. When Lucas returned, he had an armful of sheets and blankets, way more than we needed, and that rope from the garage tucked underneath. Before I could react, Mason grabbed my wrists with surprising strength while Lucas threw a sheet over my head. The coordination was perfect. They'd clearly rehearsed this. I tried to stand, but Mason hooked his leg behind my knees, a move he must have seen in one of those videos, and I went down hard on the carpet. Lucas was already wrapping the rope around my ankles with those precise knots he'd been practicing, talking to Mason in this calm, instructional voice. "Remember, 3 loops minimum, just like the forum said." My heart was hammering so hard I thought it might burst as I felt them securing my wrists behind my back with what felt like zip ties they'd hidden in the couch cushions. The sheet came off my head once they had me restrained, and I saw they'd lit dozens of candles around the room. When had they even done that? The flickering light made their faces look older, sharper, and they were both wearing latex gloves they must have taken from under the kitchen sink. Mason had a notebook in his hand, reading from it like a script. Subject appears distressed, pulse visibly elevated in carotid artery, initial restraints holding as expected. Lucas was setting up the camcorder on a tripod, adjusting the angle to capture everything. They weren't playing anymore. This was methodical, systematic, like they were conducting an actual experiment with me as their test subject. "We read that fear responses peak within the first 15 minutes, Lucas explained, pulling out a kitchen timer and setting it on the mantel. "We want to document the physiological changes, pupil dilation, perspiration, vocal patterns." Mason approached with a flashlight, shining it directly in my eyes while Lucas took notes about my reaction. The smell of all those candles was overwhelming, vanilla and cinnamon mixing into something that made me nauseous. When I tried to scream, they didn't panic or rush to silence me like you'd expect from kids who'd gotten in over their heads. Instead, Lucas calmly checked his watch and made a note. Vocalization attempt at minute 3. Volume approximately 70 decibels based on our prior measurements. Mason pulled out an iPad and showed me a sound meter app they'd been using to test how far screams could travel from inside the house. The Petersons next door can't hear anything under 85 decibels, he informed me matter-of-factly. We tested it last weekend when they were home. They'd thought of everything, researched everything, prepared for every contingency like tiny criminal masterminds. Lucas produced a ball of cloth, one of my own socks, I realized, and held it near my face. Phase 2 involves testing gag effectiveness, he announced to the camera. We've compared different materials and insertion methods based on emergency room data about choking hazards. The clinical way he said it, like he was presenting a science fair project, made bile rise in my throat. They spent the next hour running through what they called their protocol, taking turns reading from their notebooks and making adjustments to my restraints. Every few minutes, they'd stop to take my pulse, checking it against some chart they'd printed from a medical website. Mason had brought down a blood pressure cuff from Laura's bathroom and was trying to figure out how to use it properly, while Lucas critiqued his technique based on a YouTube tutorial they'd watched. They documented everything: how long it took for the zip ties to leave marks, which positions caused the most discomfort, how my breathing changed when they tightened certain knots. At one point, Lucas mentioned they'd found a website that explained how crime scene investigators could determine the timeline of events based on bruising patterns and ligature marks. We're being careful not to cause permanent damage, he assured the camera, as if that somehow made this better. The kitchen timer kept going off every 15 minutes, and they'd reset it and move to the next phase of whatever sick experiment they were conducting. One of the candles near the window had burned down dangerously low, wax pooling on the wooden side table Laura had inherited from her grandmother. The boys were so focused on their research that they didn't notice when that candle finally tipped over, the pooled wax catching the lace doily underneath. The flame spread to the curtain's edge while Mason was busy adjusting the camera angle, and Lucas was writing observations about my stress indicators. It wasn't until smoke started filling the room that they looked up from their notebooks, and I saw real panic flash across their faces for the first time all night. The smoke detector started shrieking just as Lucas tried to stamp out the growing fire with a couch cushion, which only made things worse. Mason ran to the kitchen for water but knocked over 3 more candles in his rush, and suddenly the room was chaos. Smoke everywhere, multiple small fires starting, the boys coughing and stumbling over their equipment. Through the window, I could see lights turning on at the Petersons' house, then the Ngoyans across the street. The twins were trying to untie me when we heard the sirens, their practiced calm completely shattered as they fumbled with the knots they'd so carefully crafted. Lucas was crying, saying, "We didn't mean for this part to happen," over and over, while Mason tried to cut the zip ties with safety scissors that weren't strong enough. The firefighters broke down the door just as the boys managed to get the rope off my ankles. I'll never forget the look on the lead firefighter's face when he took in the scene. Me still partially tied up, the camera on its tripod, the notebooks full of their observations scattered on the floor, and these 2 12-year-old boys in latex gloves standing over me with scissors. The police arrived minutes later, and while the paramedics checked me over, I watched the officers flip through those notebooks, their expressions growing more disturbed with each page. The boys kept trying to explain that it was just research, that they were going to let me go after they collected enough data, that they'd calculated everything to be safe within acceptable parameters. The officer who took my statement, a woman named Detective Ramirez, told me they'd found over 40 hours of true crime content on the boys' devices, plus correspondence with adult users on those forums who'd been encouraging their curiosity. Laura had to fly home that night, and I spent 3 hours at the hospital getting photographed and examined, while she sobbed in the waiting room. The boys ended up in a psychiatric facility for evaluation, and the last I heard, they were in intensive therapy. I still have scars on my wrists from those zip ties, thin white lines that remind me how close I came to being a statistic in someone else's true crime obsession. Hello, everyone. Before we start, make sure to like and subscribe to the channel. And leave a comment with where you're from and what time you're watching. That way, YouTube will keep showing you stories just like this one. Now, let's begin. October in Colorado gets cold fast, especially up in the mountains where I'd been living since my divorce finalized earlier that year. I'd moved to Granite Falls after signing the papers in August. 33 and starting fresh seemed less pathetic in a place where nobody knew my history. The town had maybe 4,000 people, tucked between peaks that already had snow on them, and I'd rented a cabin about 20 minutes outside the main strip. That Saturday morning, I'd signed up for a trail cleanup event at Bear Creek Trail, one of those community service things I figured would help me meet people who weren't just the cashier at the grocery store or my landlord. The email from the Parks Department said to meet at 8 in the morning at the main trailhead. Bring work gloves if you had them, and they'd provide trash bags and those grabber stick things. I pulled into the gravel parking area around 7:45, counting maybe 15 cars already there. The volunteers stood in a loose circle near the information board, most of them wearing worn hiking boots and flannel jackets, holding steaming cups from their thermoses. I recognized a few faces from town. The woman who ran the bakery, a couple of guys I'd seen at the hardware store, an older man who walked his German Shepherd past my cabin sometimes. Everyone seemed to already know each other, laughing about something someone's kid had done at the school play, discussing whether we'd get early snow this year. I stood at the edge of the group, pulling my work gloves from my jacket pocket, trying to look busy while actually feeling completely out of place. That's when this guy approached me, probably mid-40s, wearing a bright orange vest like the ones road workers use, carrying a clipboard and giving me this huge, welcoming grin that made his whole face crinkle up. "First time volunteering with us?" he asked, and I nodded, grateful someone was actually talking to me. He introduced himself as Nathan, said he'd been organizing these cleanups for about 2 years, really passionate about keeping the trails beautiful for everyone. He had this way of talking where he'd lean in slightly, like whatever you were saying was the most interesting thing he'd heard all day, and he kept touching my elbow when he'd point out different trail sections on the map he pulled from his clipboard. Nathan explained we'd be split into groups of 4 or 5, each taking a different section of the trail system, and that he'd make sure to put me with some friendly folks since I was new. The weird thing was when the actual Parks Department coordinator showed up, a woman named Carol wearing an official uniform with the Colorado Parks logo, Nathan just kept standing there next to me, still holding his clipboard, still wearing that orange vest that I noticed didn't have any official logos or badges on it. Carol gathered everyone together and started explaining the day's plan, pretty much repeating everything Nathan had already told me, except she divided us into groups of 3, not 4 or 5. She assigned me to work with the bakery owner, Janet, and her husband, Tom, pointing out that we'd be taking the lower loop near the river. Nathan wasn't on her list at all, but he just nodded along like he knew exactly what was happening, then told Carol he'd float between groups to help where needed, and she seemed fine with that, though I caught her giving him this quick look I couldn't quite read. We grabbed our supplies, trash bags, those grabber things, a bucket for any broken glass, and headed out onto the trail, Janet chatting away about how they'd been doing these cleanups since they moved here in 2009, asking me about my cabin, whether I'd survived my first real mountain thunderstorm yet. All this normal, small-town, friendly stuff that was actually starting to make me feel welcome. About an hour into the cleanup, we'd filled 2 bags with the usual stuff. Energy bar wrappers, water bottles, cigarette butts, even a busted camping chair someone had just left behind. Tom was telling this story about finding a whole tent full of empty beer cans last year when Nathan appeared on the trail ahead of us, coming from the direction we were heading, rather than from behind where the other groups were working. He waved us over, said he'd spotted what looked like a major dump site just off the trail, maybe 50 feet through the trees. Too much for one person to handle alone. Janet immediately said we should get Carol, that dump sites sometimes had hazardous stuff, but Nathan insisted it was just regular trash, probably from some college kids having a party, nothing dangerous, and he'd already started bagging it up but needed extra hands. Tom checked his watch and mentioned we should probably take our break anyway. Carol had said to meet back at the parking area at 10:30 for water and snacks, and it was already past 10. Nathan jumped on that immediately, his whole face lighting up like Tom had just given him the best idea. "Hey, if you're heading back for break anyway, I can show you a shortcut," he said, looking directly at me even though he was supposedly talking to all three of us. "There's an old service road that cuts straight back to the parking lot. Saves you probably 15 minutes versus going back the way we came. I use it all the time when I'm out here doing my own cleanup work." Janet started to say something about sticking to the marked trails, but Nathan was already pointing through the trees to the left, explaining how the old road connected to the back end of the parking area, right where the portable toilets were set up, and we could grab our snacks and be back before anyone even noticed we'd taken a different route. The way he kept focusing on me while he talked, like Janet and Tom weren't even there, made my chest feel tight in this way I tried to ignore. Told myself I was just being paranoid because I'd been alone too much lately. Tom actually seemed interested in the shortcut, started asking Nathan about whether it was the same service road they'd used to bring in equipment when they rebuilt the footbridge last spring. But Janet grabbed her husband's arm, said something about her knee acting up and needing to take the easier path back, the one they knew. Nathan's expression flickered for just a second, this flash of irritation that made him look completely different from the friendly volunteer helper he'd been playing all morning, before the big smile came back. He turned to me then, completely turned his back on Janet and Tom, and asked if I wanted to see the shortcut anyway. Said he could show me real quick while they headed back the long way, and we'd probably still beat them to the parking area. "Always good to know multiple routes," he said, already taking a few steps toward the trees, especially for someone new to the area. "These trails can get confusing if you don't know all the little connections." I actually took a step toward him. Even now, writing this, I can't believe I actually took that step. Started to follow this stranger into the woods just because I didn't want to seem rude or unfriendly. But Janet spoke up, louder this time, almost sharp, saying, "She's with our group, Nathan. Carol assigned the groups for a reason." The way she said his name, with this edge to it, made me stop and really look at her face. Her expression was pleasant enough, still smiling, but her eyes were locked on Nathan with this intensity that made me suddenly very aware that we were pretty far from the parking area, pretty far from the other groups, and that nobody except Janet and Tom actually knew where I was right then. Nathan laughed, this easy, casual sound that didn't match the way his jaw had tensed up, and said sure, of course, he was just trying to be helpful, share some local knowledge with a newcomer. We started walking back the way we'd come, Janet keeping me between her and Tom, Nathan trailing behind us for a while before eventually disappearing off to the side, supposedly to check on another group. Janet kept up this steady stream of chatter about her bakery, asking if I'd tried her sourdough yet, telling me about the farmers market on Saturdays, normal stuff. But her hand stayed on my arm the whole walk back, gentle but firm, like she was making sure I stayed with them. When we got to the parking area, most of the other groups were already there, Carol passing out bottled water and granola bars from a cooler in her truck. I grabbed my water and walked over to thank Janet for showing me the ropes, and that's when she pulled me aside, glanced around to make sure nobody was close enough to hear, and asked me in this low, careful voice if Nathan had approached me before today, if I'd seen him around town, if he'd maybe been to my cabin. The question made my whole body go cold in this visceral way that finally broke through my polite social programming. I told her no, I'd never seen him before this morning, and asked what was going on, why she was asking. Janet exchanged this look with Tom, one of those married couple conversations that happens without words, before she told me that Nathan had been showing up to these cleanup events for about 6 months, always had some reason to be there but was never officially on the volunteer list. And 3 times now, young women who'd joined the groups had mentioned him making them uncomfortable, trying to separate them from others, offering to show them shortcuts or special spots along the trails. Carol had tried to tell him he needed to register properly if he wanted to volunteer, but he always had some excuse, some reason he was just passing through, just helping out. And since he'd never actually done anything they could report, They couldn't exactly ban him from public trails. I looked around the parking area then, scanning the groups of volunteers who were getting ready to head back out after break, but I didn't see Nathan anywhere. Neither did Janet when I asked her, and that seemed to worry her more than anything else. She grabbed Carol, pulled her over, and quickly explained that Nathan had tried to get me alone on some shortcut trail, and now he'd disappeared. Carol's face went tight, and she immediately did a head count, checking her clipboard against the people standing around, asking each group if everyone was accounted for. That's when we realized Melissa was missing. A young woman from Fort Collins who'd driven up for the event, probably 25 or 26, auburn hair in a ponytail, wearing a Colorado State University sweatshirt. She'd been working with the group on the upper trail, and her team leader said she'd mentioned needing to use the bathroom about 40 minutes ago, headed back toward the parking area where the portable toilets were, and they'd assumed she'd just gone straight to break afterward. Carol called Melissa's phone immediately, and we could all hear it ringing somewhere nearby. This cheerful pop song ringtone echoing from the woods behind the portable toilets, exactly where Nathan had said his shortcut came out. Tom and 2 other guys jogged over to look while Carol called 911, and they found the phone about 30 feet into the trees, lying in the dirt next to a dropped water bottle and 1 work glove. The screen was cracked but still working, and when Carol picked it up with a tissue to preserve any fingerprints, we could all see the text message that was typed but never sent, just sitting there in the message field. "He's not part of the team." The timestamp showed she'd started typing it 28 minutes ago. The police arrived within 15 minutes, benefits of a small town where nothing much happens, and they immediately started searching the woods, brought in dogs within the hour, but Melissa and Nathan were both gone. Just gone, like they'd never existed. Except for that phone and that unsent warning that she'd tried to give someone, probably her friend who was supposed to pick her up later, before Nathan had stopped her from hitting send. The search went on for 3 days. They found Nathan's orange vest snagged on a branch near the river crossing about 2 miles from the trail, and Melissa's other glove further downstream, but nothing else. The police discovered Nathan's truck parked at a different trailhead 5 miles away, one that connected to the same trail system through those old service roads he'd mentioned. Inside, they found maps of the entire trail network, with handwritten notes about quiet spots and low traffic times, plus a notebook with descriptions of various women who'd attended previous cleanup events. Hair color, approximate age, whether they'd come alone, which cars they'd driven. My description was in there from that morning. New, divorced, cabin off Forest Road 7, white Subaru, isolated. The FBI got involved after that, connected Nathan to similar disappearances in Wyoming and Montana, always at volunteer trail events, always targeting women who were new to the area, always vanishing without a trace afterward. They never found Melissa. Her parents came down from Nebraska, stayed in town for 2 weeks, put up posters everywhere, but eventually they had to go home with nothing but questions. The theory was that Nathan had some kind of hideout in the backcountry, maybe an old mining cabin or cave system, somewhere he could disappear to when things got hot. The police searched every structure in a 20-mile radius, used helicopters with thermal imaging, brought in cave specialists to check the old mines, but the mountains up here are vast and full of places where someone who knows the terrain could hide forever. What haunts me most is thinking about those 40 minutes between when Melissa left her group and when we realized she was gone. She must have run into Nathan near the toilets, maybe recognized him from the morning meeting, thought he was safe because he was wearing that official-looking vest, and followed him just far enough into the trees for him to reveal who he really was. Just like I almost did, except I had Janet watching out for me, and Melissa had nobody. I moved out of Granite Falls 2 months later, not because anyone blamed me or treated me differently, but because I couldn't drive past that trailhead without thinking about how close I'd come, couldn't see the mountains without wondering if Nathan was still up there somewhere, watching, waiting for things to calm down so he could come back with a different name, different vest, same friendly smile. Janet helped me pack, and on my last day she told me something that still gives me nightmares. About a month before the cleanup event, she'd seen Nathan at the grocery store, standing near the community bulletin board where I'd pinned a note about looking for hiking buddies since I was new to town. He'd been taking a photo of it with his phone. She hadn't thought anything of it at the time, just figured he was interested in hiking too. But now she wondered if that's how he'd known to target me, if he'd been planning it for weeks, researching where I lived, when I'd be alone, how isolated my cabin was. The FBI agent I spoke with before leaving said they'd linked Nathan to at least 7 disappearances across 3 states over 4 years. Always the same pattern, always women who were new to the area or visiting. Always at organized outdoor events where he could blend in as a helpful volunteer. They never caught him. Sometimes I check the news from Colorado, Wyoming, Montana, looking for reports of missing hikers. And every time I see one, I wonder if it's him with a new name, new vest, new hunting ground. But what really keeps me awake at night is knowing that I survived purely by chance. Because Janet happened to be protective. Because Tom happened to mention the break at the right moment. Because something in Janet's voice made me stop walking toward those trees. Melissa probably had those same instincts, probably felt that same chest-tightening worry, but she didn't have a Janet, and that text she tried to send, "He's not part of the team," was her trying to be her own warning system, trying to protect herself or maybe warn others, and it wasn't enough. It's never enough when they know the terrain better than you, when they've had months to plan, when looking helpful is their camouflage. October in our town meant one thing, the annual fall fair that everyone pretended was better than it actually was. I'd been running the ring toss booth for my uncle since I turned 16, and now at 23, I knew every vendor, every security guard, and every inch of that muddy field we called a fairground. That Saturday started like any other, with me hauling stuffed animals from my uncle's van while the morning fog still clung to the grass. The Ferris wheel creaked its familiar protest as workers tested it, and the smell of funnel cake already hung thick in the air, even though we wouldn't open for another 2 hours. I remember joking with Beverly, who ran the cotton candy stand next to us, about how we'd probably see the same faces we saw every year. The Brennan family with their matching flannel shirts, old Harold who'd spend all day at the beer garden, and the groups of teenagers who thought they were too cool to be there but showed up anyway. The afternoon crowd picked up around 2, and that's when I first noticed her. Not because anything seemed wrong, but because she was helping a little kid who dropped his corn dog in the dirt. She couldn't have been more than 17, wearing one of those oversized hoodies that kids like these days, the purple one with the high school mascot on it. She bought the crying kid a new corn dog with her own money, and I remembered thinking that was pretty decent of her. Maybe an hour later I saw her again with a group of friends near the Gravitron, all of them laughing and filming each other trying to eat caramel apples without getting it all over their faces. Normal teenage stuff, you know? The kind of thing you see 100 times every fall fair and don't think twice about. But something made me keep noticing her throughout the day. Not in a creepy way, just one of those things where once you see someone, you keep spotting them in the crowd. Around 5:30, when the sun started painting everything orange and the air got that perfect October bite to it, I noticed her again, but this time she was alone. She stood between the corn maze entrance and the row of food trucks, typing on her phone with this intense focus, her face all scrunched up like she was worried about something. That's when I saw him for the first time. Baseball cap pulled low, plain gray jacket. Nothing special about him except the way he was standing. He was by the churro stand, maybe 20 feet from her, holding a cup of something but not drinking it, just holding it. When she moved toward the lemonade truck, he moved too, keeping that same distance. When she got in line, he suddenly found something very interesting to look at on the prize board at the basketball game right next to the lemonade truck. The way he moved wasn't random. It was deliberate, calculated, like he was playing some kind of game only he knew the rules to. I had a line of customers then, families wanting to win giant teddy bears, so I had to focus on my booth. But between customers, I kept glancing over, and each time, he was there, always that same distance from her, always pretending to be interested in something else. She'd moved to the kettle corn stand, and he was examining the menu at the BBQ place next door. She walked toward the portable restrooms, and he suddenly needed to throw something in the trash can nearby. The girl kept checking her phone, typing fast, and at one point she looked around quickly, like she was trying to spot someone in the crowd. Her whole body language had changed, shoulders hunched, walking faster, not stopping to look at anything anymore. I wanted to say something, do something, but what? Walk up to her and say, "Hey, that guy might be following you." What if I was wrong? What if he was just some dad waiting for his kid or something? You always think you'll know exactly what to do in these situations until you're actually in one. Then she did something that made my chest tighten. She ducked behind the funnel cake truck and just stood there, pressed against the back of it, peering around the corner. The man in the baseball cap had stopped too, standing by the ring toss game across from my booth, still holding that same cup he'd been carrying for at least 20 minutes now. He was scanning the crowd, methodical, his head moving slowly from left to right. When he didn't see her, he actually walked the entire perimeter of the food truck area, passing right by where she was hiding. She waited until he was on the opposite side before she darted out, heading toward the edge of the fairgrounds where the exhibitor parking was. But here's what made everything worse. As soon as she moved, he turned around like he'd been expecting it, like he knew exactly what she'd do. He didn't run after her, didn't even walk fast. He just followed at that same steady pace, confident, like someone who knew exactly where this was heading. I finally couldn't stand it anymore and called out to Larry, our security guy who usually hung around the beer garden. Told him there was something weird going on with some guy following a teenage girl around. Larry, who was probably pushing 70 and moved about as fast as you'd expect, said he'd take a look but had to go break up some argument at the pig races first. By the time I looked back, the girl was already at the far end of the fairgrounds, near where the exhibitor trucks and employee vehicles were parked. The man had picked up his pace now, closing the distance between them. She was practically jogging, her purple hoodie making her easy to track even in the growing shadows between the vehicles. The last clear view I had was her weaving between two livestock trailers, and him following maybe 30 seconds behind. After that, the crowds, the trucks, and the fading lights swallowed them both. I kept watching that area, waiting to see her come back, telling myself she probably just found her parents' car or met up with friends. But she never came back through the main area. About 10 minutes passed, and I was getting more anxious by the second. I asked Beverly to watch my booth and started walking toward the parking area myself, but it was chaos over there. Hundreds of cars, trucks with horse trailers, RVs, all crammed into a field with barely any lighting. I walked up and down a few rows, calling out, asking if anyone had seen a girl in a purple hoodie, but most people were either inside their vehicles or already heading back to the fair. Then I heard it, a truck engine starting up, that distinct diesel rumble. Through the maze of vehicles, I caught a glimpse of a black pickup truck moving without headlights on, navigating between the rows. It was moving slow and careful, like whoever was driving didn't want to draw attention. The weird part was that everyone else had their lights on. It was getting dark enough that you needed them, but this truck crept through the shadows like it was trying to stay invisible. It reached the exit onto the access road, and only then did the lights flicker on, just as it turned onto the main road and accelerated away. I ran back to find Larry, and this time I wasn't taking no for an answer. Found him by the cotton candy stand, told him we needed to call the real police right now, that I'd seen this girl being followed and now she was gone, and there was this truck that left with no lights on. Larry actually listened this time, maybe because of how panicked I must have looked. He radioed the fair coordinator, and within minutes, we had 2 sheriff's deputies there. I told them everything, about the girl in the purple hoodie, the man in the baseball cap, how he'd followed her to the parking area, the black truck leaving without lights. They took it seriously, started asking specific questions. Did I know who she was? Had I seen either of them before? Could I describe the man better? Problem was, I'd been so focused on his behavior that I hadn't really studied his face. Average height, average build, that gray jacket and baseball cap, probably somewhere between 30 and 45. Could have been anybody. The deputy said they'd checked the security cameras and started walking around asking other vendors if they'd seen anything. That's when things got really bad. About 20 minutes later, while I was still talking to one of the deputies, a woman came running up to us, completely hysterical. She was looking for her daughter, Ashley, 17 years old, supposed to meet her at the main entrance at 7 but never showed up. When the deputy asked what she was wearing, the woman pulled out her phone, showing us a photo from earlier that day, purple hoodie with the school mascot on it. My whole body went cold. The deputy's expression changed completely, and he immediately got on his radio, calling for backup and asking someone to review the security footage right away. The mother kept saying Ashley always answered her texts, always, and she'd sent one message at 6:40 saying some creep wouldn't leave her alone, then nothing. She showed us the text. "Mom, this guy in a baseball cap won't stop following me between the food stands, coming to the car." That was it, the last thing she ever sent. Within an hour, the whole fairground was swarming with police. They shut down all the exits, started checking every vehicle trying to leave, interviewing everyone they could find. They pulled the security footage from the 3 cameras they had, one at the main entrance, one by the ride ticket booth, and one overlooking part of the parking area. The footage was grainy and mostly useless, but that last camera caught something. At 6:52, you could see Ashley walking alone toward the back section of the parking area, moving fast. 6:53, a figure in what looked like a baseball cap following the same path. 6:54, nothing, just empty frame. Then at 6:56, a black truck pulling out from that same area, driving slowly with no lights until it hit the access road. They couldn't get a clear shot of the license plate. The angle was wrong and the quality was too poor. But that timestamp matched exactly with when I'd seen that truck leaving. The detective who talked to me later said that 2-minute window between the man following her and the truck leaving, that was everything. Whatever happened, it happened fast. They found her phone the next morning in the parking field, screen cracked, tossed under a livestock trailer about 50 feet from where I'd last seen her. There was blood on the gravel nearby, not much, but enough. The forensics team spent hours going over that whole area, but overnight rain had washed away most of whatever evidence might have been there. The really sick part was that he must have planned it all, knew exactly where the cameras were and weren't, knew the lighting was bad in that section, knew there'd be enough chaos and noise that nobody would hear anything. The police interviewed over 200 people who were at the fair that night. 3 other teenage girls came forward saying they'd noticed a man matching that description hanging around them earlier in the day, making them uncomfortable enough that they'd stayed in groups. One girl, Kayla, said he'd asked her for directions to the parking area around 4 o'clock, but something about the way he smiled when he asked made her lie and point him toward the opposite end of the fairground. She said his teeth were too white, like those fake veneers people get, and he had this smell like cigarettes covered up with too much cologne. Details that haunt you afterwards, wondering if you could have done something different. They never found Ashley. They never found the truck either, even though the police put out an alert across 3 states. The FBI got involved after a week, connected it to 2 other similar disappearances at county fairs in the past 3 years. Same pattern, teenage girl alone, man in a baseball cap, vehicle leaving the scene right after. They think he scouts the fairs during the day, picks his target, waits for the right moment when they're separated from their group. Patient, methodical, invisible in the crowd of ordinary people just trying to enjoy their day. I quit working at the fair after that. Actually, I quit a lot of things. Moved back in with my parents, started seeing a therapist who says survivor's guilt is common even when you weren't the direct victim. But I can't stop replaying that day, seeing all the moments I could have done something different. Should have left my booth, approached her directly, walked her to security myself, gotten a better look at his face, memorized that truck's license plate. The fair still happens every October, but I don't go. Beverly told me they added more cameras and hired real security guards now. Not just retirees looking for extra cash, but Ashley's still missing. And somewhere out there, that man in the baseball cap is probably walking through another crowd, holding another cup he's not drinking. watching. The fog had gotten so thick on Interstate 84 through Oregon that I couldn't see more than 20 feet ahead, and after 16 hours of hauling refrigerated goods, my eyes were playing tricks on me. I'd been driving trucks since my divorce papers got finalized in 2011, and at 41, I figured I'd seen every weird thing these highways had to offer. The dashboard clock showed 2:47 a.m. when I spotted the Cascade View Rest Area sign emerging from that thick soup of white. My bladder had been screaming for the past hour, and the coffee thermos I'd drained somewhere around Baker City wasn't helping. The parking lot lights were mostly off when I pulled in, which should have been my first warning. Only one sodium lamp flickered near the main building, casting these long, distorted shadows across the empty spaces. Construction barriers lined half the lot, and a sign reading "Closed for renovation, no facilities available" stood crooked against some orange cones. This was supposed to be October peak travel season, but the place looked like it had been abandoned for months. But that single restroom light glowing through the fog, right there in the men's room window, told a different story. Maybe the construction crew left it on, or maybe they kept one bathroom operational for emergencies. Either way, my options were limited to either using that bathroom or pissing in a bottle in my cab like some rookie. I grabbed my flashlight from the door pocket and killed the engine. The silence hit different out here. Not peaceful, but heavy, like the fog was swallowing every sound before it could travel. My boots crunched on loose gravel as I walked toward that lone light, passing abandoned construction equipment and stacks of concrete barriers. The door handle felt colder than it should have, even for an autumn night, and when I pushed it open, the hinges screamed like they hadn't been touched in weeks. Inside, the fluorescent light buzzed and flickered, giving everything this sickly, greenish tint. The renovation hadn't reached this bathroom yet, but it looked rough. Cracked tiles, rust stains running down from the faucets, and that smell of old bleach mixed with something else I couldn't place. 3 stalls lined the left wall, all with their doors hanging slightly open except the middle one, which was shut tight. A backpack sat on the floor next to the sinks, one of those expensive hiking types with all the straps and clips. Strange thing to leave behind, I thought, walking closer to check it out. The main compartment hung open, and right there on top of some crumpled clothes sat an iPhone, propped up against the fabric. The screen was still on, still recording video, the red recording button blinking at the top. My first instinct was to call out, ask if anyone was there, but something about the setup made me pause. The phone's battery showed 12%, and the recording timer read 3:47:23. Almost 4 hours of continuous recording. Who leaves their phone recording for 4 hours in an abandoned rest stop bathroom? I picked it up carefully, trying not to smudge any fingerprints in case this was some kind of crime scene. The video showed mostly darkness with occasional glimpses of the bathroom ceiling when someone must have adjusted the phone's position. I started scrubbing backward through the footage, watching shadows move in reverse, until I hit something that made me stop breathing. There was a person in frame, someone wearing a baseball cap pulled low, standing in front of that closed middle stall. The timestamp showed 11:14 p.m., which meant this happened just a few hours ago. The person in the video stood perfectly still, just facing that stall door like they were waiting for something. Then they knocked. 3 slow, deliberate raps that echoed in the empty bathroom. A voice came from inside the stall, muffled but clearly terrified, saying something I couldn't quite make out. The person with the cap tilted their head, listening, then reached into their jacket pocket. They pulled out what looked like a long, thin piece of metal, maybe a coat hanger that had been straightened out. They slid it through the gap between the door and the frame, working it around like they knew exactly what they were doing. The whole time, whoever was in that stall kept talking, pleading, their voice getting higher and more desperate. After about 30 seconds of working that metal piece, there was a click, and the stall door swung open from the outside. The video got shaky after that, like whoever was holding the phone, probably the person in the stall, had started panicking. But in those last few seconds before the recording angle went wild, I saw the person with the cap step into the stall. saw them reaching forward with both hands, and then the phone must have fallen because suddenly it was just showing the backpack's interior. The audio kept going though. Shuffling sounds, something being dragged across the tile floor, and then footsteps walking away. After that, nothing but the buzz of the fluorescent light for the next 3.5 hours. I looked at that middle stall, still closed tight, and noticed something I'd missed before. There were scratch marks on the tile floor leading from the stall to the main door, like something heavy had been dragged out. My brain kept trying to process what I'd just watched while my body stood frozen in that bathroom. The smart thing would be to get back to my truck, call 911, and let the cops handle this. But something made me walk toward that middle stall, maybe the same stupid curiosity that makes people slow down at accident scenes. The door was locked from the inside now, which didn't make sense given what I'd seen in the video. I got down on my knees, angled my flashlight under the gap, and immediately wished I hadn't. There were dark stains on the floor, still wet, and something white that looked like a broken fingernail. But what really got me was the smell coming from under that door. Metallic and thick, the kind that sticks to the back of your throat. I stood up fast, maybe too fast, because I knocked into the sink and sent the backpack sliding across the floor. That's when I heard it, a phone ringing, but not the iPhone I was holding. The sound was coming from inside the closed stall, a cheerful default ringtone that felt completely wrong in this place. It rang once, twice, 3 times, then stopped. The silence that followed felt alive somehow, expectant. Then a text message sound pinged from inside the stall. Another ping, then another. Someone was trying to reach whoever had been locked in there. I backed toward the door, still holding that iPhone with its dying battery, when I heard something that made every hair on my body stand up. Footsteps outside, slow and deliberate, crunching across the gravel. They stopped right outside the bathroom door. The handle started to turn just like in the video, except this time I was the one trapped inside. The door began to open, and through the gap, I could see the outline of someone wearing a baseball cap. I didn't think, just reacted, throwing my full weight against the door and slamming it shut. The person on the other side stumbled back, and I heard them hit the gravel hard. My fingers fumbled with the deadbolt, finally getting it locked just as they started pounding on the door. Not knocking like in the video. This was violent, desperate hammering that made the whole frame shake. They weren't saying anything, which somehow made it worse. Just that relentless pounding while I stood there, trying to figure out my next move. The bathroom had no windows, no other exit. My truck keys were in my pocket, but my truck was 50 feet away through that fog, and whoever was outside stood between me and it. The pounding stopped suddenly, and I heard footsteps moving away, circling around the building. They were looking for another way in. I grabbed the backpack, shoved the iPhone inside, and tried to think. The person knew this place, knew about the renovation, probably knew every possible entrance. Then I remembered the construction equipment outside. There had to be tools, maybe something I could use to defend myself. The footsteps had moved to the back of the building now, and I could hear metal scraping against metal. They were trying to pry open a service door or ventilation grate. I turned off my flashlight and stood in the flickering green light, listening to them work. That's when the lights cut out completely. The electrical box, I realized. They'd killed the power. In the absolute darkness, I heard that service door finally give way with a shriek of bent metal. They were inside the building now, somewhere in the walls or ceiling, moving through the renovation areas. I could hear them crawling through the space above, tiles shifting and creaking under their weight. I knew I had maybe 30 seconds before they found a way to drop down into the bathroom. In the pitch black, I felt my way along the wall to the door, unlocked it as quietly as I could, and slipped outside. The fog hit me like a physical thing, so thick I could barely see my own feet. But I knew my truck was straight ahead, maybe 50 feet through the construction zone. I started moving, trying to remember where the barriers were, where the equipment sat. Behind me, I heard a ceiling tile crash down inside the bathroom, followed by the thud of someone dropping to the floor. They'd realize I was gone in seconds. I picked up my pace, stumbling over something metal that clanged loud enough to wake the dead, Sure enough, the bathroom door burst open behind me, and I heard those footsteps again, faster now, coming straight for me. My hand finally found the cold metal of my truck's door handle, and I yanked it open, practically falling inside. The engine roared to life, headlights cutting through the fog to reveal a figure standing just 10 feet away. Not running anymore, just standing there in that baseball cap, head tilted like they were studying me. I threw the truck in reverse, tires spinning on the loose gravel, and got the hell out of there. As I pulled onto the highway, I grabbed my CB radio with shaking fingers and called in an emergency to any trucker or cop who might be listening. 20 minutes later, I met 2 state troopers at a gas station and led them back to the rest stop. We found the bathroom exactly as I'd left it. The backpack, the phone still recording though, now dead. The scratch marks, the blood. But when they finally got that middle stall open with bolt cutters, it was empty except for more blood and a wallet belonging to someone named Brandon Hewitt. The cops took everything as evidence, launched a whole investigation. They found Brandon's car abandoned 5 miles up a service road, but never found Brandon himself or whoever took him. The detective assigned to the case called me a few weeks later, with an update that made my skin crawl all over again. They'd recovered the full video from the iPhone, including deleted segments from earlier in the evening. Brandon had been documenting his solo hiking trip, talking to the camera about the trails he'd explored that day. In one clip from around 9 p.m., he mentioned stopping at the rest area despite the construction signs because he desperately needed a bathroom. But here's what really got me. In the background of that video, barely visible in the corner, there was someone already there, sitting in a van in the far corner of the parking lot, just sitting there in the dark, waiting. The police enhanced the image and found something else. Construction equipment in the van's back window that matched tools stolen from a worksite 40 miles away. Whoever this person was, they'd been using closed rest stops as hunting grounds, knowing travelers would still stop despite the warnings, knowing they'd be isolated and vulnerable. I don't drive that route anymore. Switched to a completely different corridor, even though it adds 3 hours to my deliveries. The cops never found the person in the baseball cap, never found Brandon, never even identified who was driving that van. They put out warnings, increased patrols at rest stops, but nothing ever came of it. Sometimes I wonder if that person is still out there, maybe at a different rest stop, maybe with a different method, just waiting in the dark for someone desperate enough to ignore a closed sign. I kept a copy of one frame from that video, the one where you can just barely make out the figure standing by my truck as I drove away. Something about their posture, the way they just stood there watching me leave. It wasn't disappointment or anger. It was patience. Like they knew there would be others, knew there always would be. And the worst part? They were probably right. Every night, someone somewhere pulls into an empty rest stop, sees that one light still on, and decides to risk it. Every small town in Michigan has that one farmer's market where locals sell honey, vegetables, and homemade soap. And ours on Birchwood Road was no different. I'd been managing a coffee shop downtown since graduating with my photography degree, 24, and still trying to figure out if I'd made the right choice. Jenna had been my closest friend since freshman year of high school. She was the one who dragged me into that first photography class, insisting I had an eye for composition even when I couldn't see it myself. That Saturday afternoon, we were helping her younger sister with an environmental science project about seasonal changes in local ecosystems. Behind the market, there was this incredible stretch of woods where the maple trees turned burnt orange every fall, perfect for the shots we needed. We'd been planning this for weeks, waiting for the leaves to hit that perfect point between green and brown. The afternoon started out completely normal, almost boring even. We'd been there since around 2, taking macro shots of decomposing leaves, fungi growing on fallen logs, and the way afternoon light filtered through the canopy. Jenna was lying flat on her stomach, trying to get the perfect angle on some mushrooms growing at the base of an oak tree, while I was adjusting my tripod near a cluster of ferns about 20 feet away. The market was winding down for the day, We could hear vendors packing up their trucks in the distance, that familiar sound of wooden crates being stacked and truck doors slamming. The woods felt peaceful, just the occasional rustle of squirrels gathering acorns and the distant hum of the highway beyond the tree line. I remember checking my phone and seeing it was almost 4:30, thinking we should probably wrap up soon before we lost the good light. That's when Jenna stood up, brushing dirt off her jeans, and grabbed my arm with this strange expression on her face. "Don't look right away," she whispered, her fingers digging into my forearm harder than necessary. "But there's someone watching us, behind the big elm tree, maybe 40 yards back." Her voice had this forced calm to it, like when you're trying not to scare a child, but I could feel her trembling slightly. I kept fiddling with my camera settings, pretending to review the shots on my LCD screen while slowly angling myself to get a better peripheral view. At first, I thought maybe it was just another photographer or someone from the market taking a walk. But then I saw him. A man in dirty brown work boots and what looked like a canvas jacket, crouched low between two trees, holding something up to his face. The way he was positioned, completely still except for the slight movement of his hands adjusting whatever he was holding, made every nerve in my body start firing warning signals. I forced myself to laugh at something on my camera screen, nudging Jenna like we were just looking at photos together. "Pack up naturally," I said through my smile, keeping my voice light and steady. "We're leaving right now." We started gathering our equipment with deliberate casualness, me collapsing my tripod, Jenna zipping her camera bag, both of us fighting the urge to run. The whole time I kept stealing glances toward where the man was positioned, and that's when I realized what he was holding: binoculars. Heavy, military-style binoculars that he had trained directly on us. The woods suddenly felt different, like all the ambient sounds had dropped away except for our own movements and breathing. Even the vendors at the market seemed impossibly far away now. As we walked back toward the parking area, maintaining that forced normal pace, I heard it. A branch snapping somewhere behind us, closer than where he'd been before. We made it to Jenna's car, a beat-up blue Subaru with too many bumper stickers, and the second the doors closed, she locked them and started the engine in one motion. "Should we call someone?" she asked, her voice shaking now that we could drop the act. I was already dialing 911, my fingers fumbling with the phone screen. While the phone rang, I kept watching the tree line, and that's when I saw him again. He'd moved to the edge of the woods, just standing there in the shadows between the last row of trees and the gravel lot. The operator answered, and I tried to explain what happened without sounding paranoid. But how do you describe that particular flavor of fear when someone's been watching you? The woman on the line said she'd send an officer to check it out, took our information and told us to wait in a safe location. Jenna drove us to the front of the market where there were still people around, and we sat there with the engine running, watching the rearview mirrors. Officer Daniels showed up about 15 minutes later, a younger guy who looked like he'd rather be anywhere else on a Saturday evening. We walked him back to where we'd been shooting, Jenna and I staying close together while pointing out the exact spots. I expected him to brush us off, maybe suggest it was just a bird watcher or someone hiking, but his demeanor changed when he saw the disturbed undergrowth where the man had been crouching. There were clear boot prints in the soft earth, and a worn path that led deeper into the woods, like someone had been going back and forth regularly. Officer Daniels radioed for backup, telling us to stay by his patrol car. Within 20 minutes, there were 3 more officers and a detective named Reeves, a woman with sharp eyes who asked us to describe every detail we could remember. They formed a line and started moving through the woods systematically, their flashlights cutting through the growing dusk. About 200 yards in, one of the officers called out, and everyone converged on a small clearing hidden behind a thick cluster of evergreens. Jenna and I couldn't see much from where we waited, but we watched Detective Reeves emerge from the tree line, her face grim, speaking rapidly into her radio. She called for crime scene techs and more units, using codes I didn't understand, but that made Officer Daniels, who'd stayed with us, go pale. "We need you both to come to the station," Reeves said when she reached us, her tone professional but urgent. "We've found something significant." During the ride there, she wouldn't tell us what they'd discovered, but I could see her jaw clenching and unclenching in the driver's seat. At the station, they separated Jenna and me into different rooms, where I spent 3 hours going over every second of our encounter with different detectives, describing the man's clothing, his approximate height and build, the exact timeline of events. It wasn't until Detective Reeves came back around 9 that night that I learned what they'd found. She sat across from me with a folder of photographs, her expression careful and controlled. "We discovered a campsite," she said, spreading out pictures of a small tent covered with camouflage netting, nearly invisible unless you knew where to look, along with several cell phones, wallets, and driver's licenses. She showed me photocopies of the IDs, 3 women and 1 man, all between 20 and 35, all from towns within a 50-mile radius. I recognized one of the names, Claire Hoffman, from news reports about a missing hiker from the previous month. My throat went completely dry as she explained that these were all people who'd been reported missing over the past year, their cases previously unconnected. The campsite had a portable camp stove, canned goods, and disturbingly a journal filled with detailed observations about people who visited the woods, including dates, times, physical descriptions, and license plate numbers. Detective Reeves flipped through more photos, showing me pages from the journal, though she kept most of the content covered with her hand. What I could see made my skin prickle. Neat, cramped handwriting describing people's routines, which days they typically came to the market, who they were usually with. One entry from 3 weeks earlier mentioned 2 young women with cameras, early 20s, brown and blonde hair, artistic types, with our exact arrival and departure times from a previous scouting trip Jenna and I had made. We hadn't even noticed anyone that day, had felt completely alone in those woods. The detective explained they'd found evidence suggesting the man had been living out there for at least 6 months, maybe longer, moving his camp periodically but always staying within the same half-mile radius. The most disturbing part was a plastic storage container buried near the tent, wrapped in garbage bags, that contained personal items clearly taken from different people. A distinctive turquoise ring, a medical alert bracelet, a wallet with the cash removed but all the cards and photos still inside. They kept us at the station until almost midnight, going through missing persons files, asking if we recognized any other names or faces. Jenna's parents came to pick her up around 11, but I drove myself home, taking the longest route possible to avoid passing anywhere near Birchwood Road. The detective said they'd launched a massive search for the man, that they had his DNA from items in the camp, his fingerprints from the journal, but somehow he'd vanished completely by the time they'd started looking. They theorized he'd been somewhere nearby, watching the entire police response, and had simply melted away into the network of woods that stretched for miles beyond the market. What haunts me most is that final detail Reeves mentioned almost offhandedly. In the journal's most recent entry, dated that very morning, he'd written about planning to make contact with his next subjects, that he was tired of just watching, that today felt like the right time to introduce himself properly. The search went on for 3 weeks. They brought in dogs, helicopters with thermal imaging, even volunteer search teams from surrounding counties, but they never found him. The farmers' market shut down temporarily while they combed every inch of those woods, and when it reopened a month later, they'd cleared a 100-foot buffer between the market and the tree line, installed motion sensor lights, security cameras, the works. Detective Reeves called me about 2 months after everything happened to tell me they'd connected the items in the tent to 4 missing persons cases, but they still had no idea who the man was, no matches in any database, no missing person report that fit his description. The truly unsettling part was that when they analyzed the journal more thoroughly, they found he'd been documenting visitors to those woods for at least 2 years, hundreds of entries about different people, their habits, their vulnerabilities, notes about who came alone, who seemed distracted, who would be easy to approach. They arrested someone about 8 months later, a drifter they picked up 3 states over who matched our description, but it wasn't him. Jenna was so sure at first, but when we went to identify him through the one-way glass, we both knew immediately it was wrong. The eyes were different, the way he held himself, everything. The real guy, the one from the woods, had this stillness about him, like a spider waiting in its web, perfectly patient. This wasn't him. The case went cold after that, though Detective Reeves assured us they'd keep it open indefinitely. Jenna moved away the following year, said she couldn't drive past that market without feeling sick. I still live here, still manage the same coffee shop, but I've never gone back to those woods. Sometimes customers mention hiking back there, taking their kids to pick wild blackberries in the summer. And I want to grab them, tell them what we found, warn them about what might still be out there. But I don't. I just suggest other places they might enjoy more. Places with better trails, better berries, better anything to keep them away from those trees where someone once sat watching, writing, waiting for the perfect moment that, thank God, never came for us. The morning air had that November bite that makes you pull your jacket tighter, and I remember checking my watch, 5:45, as Duke pulled me toward the park entrance. I'd been walking that same route through Riverside Park for maybe 6 years, ever since my divorce papers got finalized and I moved into the townhouse on Walnut Drive. Duke, my golden retriever, knew every tree, every bench, every spot where the squirrels like to hide. That particular morning started like any other, except for the car parked by the eastern tree line with its engine running and headlights cutting through the pre-dawn darkness. A silver sedan, one of those generic 4 doors you see everywhere, positioned oddly between 2 oak trees where there wasn't really a proper parking spot. The exhaust fumes drifted white in the cold air, and I could hear the low rumble of the engine from 50 feet away. Duke wanted to investigate naturally, but I kept him on the path because whoever was in that car probably wanted privacy. Maybe someone having a rough night, or catching a few minutes of sleep before work. The windows were fogged up from the inside, and I couldn't make out anyone through the condensation, though the driver's seat looked occupied from the angle I had. I finished our usual loop, about 40 minutes total, and noticed the car hadn't moved an inch. Still running, still glowing in the darkness. By the time Duke and I headed home, the sky was starting to lighten to that pale gray that comes before sunrise, and I figured whoever it was would be heading out soon. I made breakfast, showered, had my usual 2 cups of black coffee while reading the news on my tablet, and completely forgot about the car until I had to run to the hardware store around 10 that morning. The quickest route to Hanson's Hardware cuts right through the park, so I decided to walk instead of drive. Maybe grab a coffee at the place on 3rd Street afterward. The silver sedan was still there. Same exact spot, same position between those 2 oaks, but now the engine was off and the headlights were dead. The driver's door hung wide open, swaying slightly in the breeze. From where I stood on the path, I could hear something playing from inside. That harsh, crackling sound of radio static turned up too loud. The windows had cleared of condensation, and I could see straight through to the passenger side. Empty. The driver's seat was pushed back all the way, like someone really tall had been sitting there, and there was a coffee cup in the center console, steam still rising faintly from it in the cold air. I stood there for maybe 30 seconds trying to process what I was seeing, because none of it made sense. People don't just abandon their cars with the door open and the radio blasting static. I walked closer, slowly, calling out a "hello?" That came out quieter than I intended. No response. The static kept crackling, oscillating between frequencies like someone had been scanning through stations and just left it between channels. Could see a wallet on the dashboard, brown leather, thick with cards, and a phone face down on the passenger seat. A jacket was draped over the back of the driver's seat, one of those expensive wool coats you see downtown professionals wearing. The coffee cup was still half full, and when I got close enough, I could see the liquid was barely lukewarm, maybe an hour or 2 old at most. There were no signs of struggle, no blood, nothing broken. Just an abandoned car with all the owner's belongings still inside, like they had simply vanished mid-sip. I pulled out my phone and called 911, explaining the situation to the dispatcher, who seemed more concerned when I mentioned the personal items left behind. 2 patrol cars showed up within 15 minutes, and I watched from a nearby bench as the officers examined the scene. They ran the plates, tried the phone, it was locked, and carefully bagged the wallet. One officer, a younger guy with a notebook out, came over to ask me questions. When exactly had I first seen the car? Was anyone else around? Did I touch anything? I told him everything about my morning walk, how the car had been running for hours with someone possibly inside, and how I'd found it like this on my way to the hardware store. He wrote it all down, occasionally glancing back at his partner who was on the radio, probably running the owner's information from the registration. The officer's partner, an older woman with sergeant stripes, walked over with a concerned expression that made my chest tighten. She asked me to describe again exactly what I'd seen that morning, specifically about whether I was certain someone had been in the driver's seat. I explained about the fogged windows, the angle of my view, how I couldn't be completely sure but it looked occupied. She nodded slowly, then told me the car belonged to a Jason Whitmore, age 41, an insurance adjuster from Fairview Heights about 20 minutes away. His wife had called him in missing when he didn't come home from what was supposed to be a quick evening drive to clear his head. That was yesterday evening, which meant the car had been running in that spot for over 12 hours, maybe more, before I first saw it. The timeline made even less sense now. Why would someone sit in an idling car all night, then disappear right when the park started getting foot traffic? They brought in a K9 unit around noon, a German shepherd named Rex, who immediately picked up a scent from the driver's seat. The dog led his handler straight from the car toward the tree line, nose to the ground, tail rigid with focus. About 30 yards into the woods, Rex stopped at a fallen log and started circling, whining in that way police dogs do when they've found something significant but confusing. The handler called for the sergeant, and they spent several minutes examining the area. I couldn't see what they were looking at from where they had me wait, but I heard one officer radio for additional units and mention something about unusual ground disturbance. They started stringing up yellow tape between the trees, expanding the perimeter, and that's when they told me I needed to leave the scene but to stay available for follow-up questions. I gave them my contact information and walked home the long way, avoiding the park entirely, my mind racing through possibilities. The local news picked up the story by evening. Local man vanishes from park, investigation ongoing. But they had even less information than I did. I couldn't stop thinking about that coffee cup still steaming in the cold. Jason Whitmore had been sitting in that car, drinking coffee, probably listening to the radio, and then just... what? Got out and walked into the woods? But why leave everything behind? Why leave the door open and the radio playing? I learned from the news report that he had no history of mental illness, no financial troubles, no reason to disappear. His wife described him as a devoted father of two, steady and predictable, the kind of man who called if he was going to be 10 minutes late. The reporters interviewed a few people at the park, including Mrs. Grayson, who walked her poodles there every morning, and she mentioned seeing the car too. Said she'd noticed it because the headlights were so bright they hurt her eyes when she passed. 3 days passed before the police called me back. Detective Angela Foster wanted to meet in person. Said she had some follow-up questions about what I'd observed. We met at the station, in one of those small rooms with uncomfortable plastic chairs and fluorescent lights that hum just loud enough to be annoying. She pulled out a file thick with papers and photographs and asked me to look at something. The photos showed the area where the dog had stopped, that fallen log and the ground around it. In one picture, I could see what looked like drag marks in the dirt, leading from the log deeper into the woods. Another photo showed Jason Whitmore's shoe, a brown Oxford, found about 50 yards from where the dog lost the scent. Just one shoe, the left one, laces still tied. Foster asked if I'd seen anyone else that morning, any other cars, anyone on foot near the woods. I hadn't, and I told her so, but then I remembered something that seemed insignificant at the time. There had been a maintenance van in the park parking lot when I'd arrived that morning, one of those white vans with no windows in the back and a ladder on top. I'd noticed it because it was parked crooked, taking up 2 spaces, and it had mud splattered all up the back doors even though it hadn't rained in over a week. The detective's expression changed when I mentioned this, and she asked me to describe everything I could remember about the van. I couldn't recall any company name or logo, just that it was white, dirty, and had that ladder. She wrote everything down, then showed me another photograph. This one was from a traffic camera on Riverside Drive, time-stamped at 4:17 that morning. A white van, no visible plates, turning into the park entrance. 23 minutes before I arrived for my walk. Foster explained they'd found similar tire tracks near where Jason's shoe was discovered, and they were trying to trace all white vans registered in the county, but without plates or distinguishing marks, it was slow going. Detective Foster then told me something that made my whole body go cold. They'd found evidence of at least 3 other similar incidents in parks across the state over the past 8 months. Same pattern every time. A car found running or recently abandoned, personal items left behind, the owner vanished without a trace. 2 of the cases had similar tire tracks nearby, possibly from the same or similar vehicle. The victims had nothing in common, different ages, genders, professions, cities. The only connection was that they'd all been alone in isolated areas during early morning or late evening hours. She said they were working with state police now, treating it as a possible serial abduction case. They'd analyzed Jason's coffee cup and found traces of something unusual. Not a drug exactly, but a compound that could cause disorientation and muscle weakness if inhaled in concentrated amounts. The theory was that someone had been watching these people, waiting for them to be alone and vulnerable, then somehow introducing this substance into their vehicles, maybe through the ventilation system, while they sat there unaware. The investigation went on for weeks, but they never found Jason Whitmore or the white van. His family held a memorial service after 3 months with no leads, no body, no answers. I stopped walking in the park after that, started driving to a gym across town instead. Every time I see a white van now, especially those without windows, my heart races, and I find myself checking the plates, looking for mud on the doors, watching to see where it goes. Detective Foster called me one last time about 6 months after Jason disappeared to tell me they'd connected 2 more cases to the pattern, but still had no solid leads. She thanked me for my help and said they'd be in touch if anything developed. That was 2 years ago now, and I still think about that morning sometimes, about the coffee steam rising in the cold air, about how Jason Whitmore was just trying to clear his head with a drive and ended up becoming another unsolved case. The park reopened after a few months, and people walked their dogs there like nothing happened, but I know some of them remember, especially the early morning regulars who now walk in groups, never alone, always watching the tree line and checking the parking lot for white vans that don't belong. Coach Bryant kept us late that Thursday, running penalty kicks until our legs felt like rubber and the field lights had to come on. I remember jogging down Sycamore Avenue afterward with my cleats bouncing against my backpack, thinking about the geometry test I hadn't studied for yet, and whether Mom had made her famous Thursday night lasagna. The neighborhood was settling into that quiet hour when everyone's inside starting dinner, and I could smell wood smoke from someone's fireplace mixing with the wet leaves that covered most of the sidewalks. My 13th birthday was coming up the next month, and I was already planning my argument for why I deserved a new phone, practicing the speech in my head as I walked the familiar 20-minute route home from school. Every house along Sycamore looked warm and lived in, porch lights beginning to glow, except for the Brenner place. 3 stories of rotting wood and broken dreams that had been sitting empty since before we'd moved here 5 years ago. The realtor sign had fallen over so many times they'd finally just removed it, and now the house just sat there, making everyone walk a little faster when they passed by. That evening changed everything though, because as I was doing my usual quick walk past the property, trying not to look at the overgrown hedge that had swallowed half the front gate, I caught movement in the second-floor window facing the street. A person was standing there, about 3 feet back from the glass, completely motionless like they were watching something specific down below. The failing light made it hard to see details, but I could make out a tall frame wearing what appeared to be a long, dark coat, maybe navy or black, with their arms hanging straight down at their sides in this weirdly formal way. My first thought was that someone had finally bought the place and was probably measuring for curtains or checking out the view, so I did what any polite kid from the suburbs would do. I raised my hand in a friendly wave. The figure didn't acknowledge me at all, didn't even shift their weight or turn their head slightly, just continued that perfect stillness that made my neck prickle for reasons I couldn't explain. Friday's practice ended at the same time, and I found myself oddly anxious as I approached the Brenner house on my walk home. Part of me expected to see a moving truck or some sign of life, maybe contractors' vehicles or a dumpster for renovation debris, anything that would explain yesterday's visitor. But the place looked exactly the same. Dead grass, paint curling off the siding like old scabs, and that rusty mailbox with its door hanging open at a broken angle. I slowed down as I got closer, pretending to adjust my backpack straps while really scanning the windows for any sign of movement. The late afternoon sun hit the glass at a different angle than the day before, and I could see straight through most of the first floor. Nothing but empty rooms and what looked like water stains spreading across the ceiling. Then my eyes traveled up to that second floor window, and there they were again. Same exact spot, same dark coat, same unnaturally rigid posture. This time I stopped completely, standing right there on the sidewalk to get a better look, and I noticed something that made my throat go dry. The person's hands were perfectly aligned with the seams of their coat, fingers pointing straight down like a soldier at attention, but their head was tilted at this subtle angle that suggested they were looking directly at me. I stood there for maybe 10 seconds that felt like 10 minutes, having this bizarre staring contest with someone whose face I couldn't quite make out, before my courage cracked and I practically jogged the rest of the way home. The logical part of my brain kept trying to rationalize it. Maybe it was a security guard checking on the property, or someone from the bank that probably owned it doing inspections. But security guards move around. They check different rooms. They don't stand in the exact same position in the exact same window at the exact same time 2 days in a row. That night at dinner, I pushed my food around my plate while Mom talked about her day at the dental office where she worked, and Dad scrolled through his phone reading news articles out loud, and I kept almost saying something about the Brenner house but couldn't figure out how to explain it without sounding like a paranoid kid. Finally, when Mom asked why I wasn't eating much, I just said practice had been really tough and excused myself to do homework, even though I spent most of the time looking up the Brenner house online, finding nothing except a few old real estate listings from 2012 with photos that showed empty rooms and descriptions about great potential and perfect for renovation. The weekend gave me a break from walking past the house, but I couldn't stop thinking about that figure in the window. Saturday morning, while Mom drove me to my friend Kevin's house, I made her take Sycamore Avenue instead of our usual route, claiming there was construction on Oakwood Drive. As we passed the Brenner place, I pressed my face against the car window trying to see up to the second floor, but the angle was wrong, and the sun's glare made it impossible to tell if anyone was there. Mom didn't even glance at the house, just kept talking about how she'd run into Kevin's mother at the grocery store, and how they were thinking of putting in a pool next summer. I wanted to ask her if she knew anything about the Brenner house, who owned it, why it had been empty so long, but something held me back. Maybe because I knew she'd want to know why I was asking, and I wasn't ready to explain that I'd been seeing someone in there who stood frozen like a department store mannequin for exactly 1 hour every evening. Monday came too fast, and as I sat through practice, I kept checking the sky, watching the sun sink lower, calculating whether I could convince someone's parent to give me a ride home instead of walking. But when Coach Bryant finally blew his whistle and everyone started packing up, I knew I had to see if the pattern continued. My teammate Oliver lived roughly in my direction, and I walked with him for the first 10 minutes, talking about the upcoming game against Riverside Middle. But when we reached the corner where he turned off toward his street, I was alone again. The Brenner house loomed ahead, and this time I noticed something new before I even got close. The porch light was on. Not the weak, flickering kind of light you'd expect from an old bulb that someone forgot about, but a strong, steady glow that made the peeling paint and broken railing look even worse by comparison. I slowed my pace, counting my steps, trying to delay the moment when I'd have to look up at that window. And when I finally did, my whole body went cold despite the sweat from practice still drying on my skin. The figure was there, but this time they weren't alone. There was another person standing in the window directly beside them, wearing an identical dark coat, maintaining that same perfect stillness with their arms pressed against their sides. Two of them now, both facing the street, both positioned exactly 3 feet from the glass, their heads tilted at precisely the same angle like they'd been arranged by someone obsessive about symmetry. The new person was shorter, maybe 5'8" compared to the original 6 feet, but everything else about their posture and positioning was disturbingly identical. I actually took a step backward into the street, nearly getting clipped by a passing minivan whose driver honked and yelled something I didn't process, because I couldn't look away from those windows. The worst part was that even with the porch light illuminating more of the house's facade, I still couldn't make out their faces, just dark shapes where features should be, like someone had taken an eraser to their heads and left only shadows. My brain scrambled for explanations, mannequins, cardboard cutouts, some kind of weird art installation. But deep down I knew these were real people because I could see the subtle rise and fall of their chests, barely perceptible, but definitely there, proving they were breathing, alive, waiting. I ran the rest of the way home, my backpack slamming against my spine with each stride, and burst through our front door so hard that Mom dropped her coffee mug in the kitchen. She rushed over asking what was wrong, if someone had chased me, if I was hurt, and I just stood there panting, trying to figure out how to explain what I'd seen without sounding completely insane. Finally, I told her everything. The figure in the window, how they appeared every day at the same time, and now there were 2 of them, just standing there watching the street. Mom's face went through several expressions, from concern to confusion, to something that looked almost like recognition, and she made me sit down at the kitchen table while she called Dad to come home from his office early. While we waited, she kept asking me specific questions. Was I sure they were real people? Had they ever tried to communicate with me? Had I seen them anywhere else? And her voice had this careful quality, like she was trying not to scare me more than I already was. Dad arrived within 20 minutes, still wearing his work clothes but with worry lines creasing his forehead, and Mom repeated everything I'd told her while I sat there nodding and adding details when she missed something. They exchanged these meaningful looks that parents do when they think kids aren't paying attention. And then Dad said we were all going to take a drive to the Brenner house right now, together, to see what was going on. The sun had already set by then, and as we pulled up to the curb across from the house, the porch light was still glowing strong, casting weird shadows through the overgrown bushes. Dad told us to stay in the car while he walked up to the front door, and I watched him climb those creaky steps, his silhouette brave against that harsh light, before he knocked 3 times on the door that I was certain nobody would answer. He waited maybe 30 seconds, knocked again louder, then walked around the side of the house with his phone flashlight on, disappearing from view while Mom reached back to squeeze my shoulder. When he came back 5 minutes later, his face was pale and he was already dialing someone on his phone, speaking in a low, urgent voice to whoever answered about needing a patrol car at the Brenner house immediately. While we waited for the police, Dad got back in the car and locked all the doors, which he never did in our neighborhood, and told us that the back door had been forced open recently. The wood splintered around the lock. He'd looked through the windows with his flashlight and seen sleeping bags, food wrappers, and bottles scattered across the floor of what used to be the living room, clear signs that people had been staying there. The police arrived in 2 squad cars, and we watched from our car as 4 officers entered the house with their flashlights sweeping through the darkness, their radios crackling with static and coded messages I couldn't understand. They were inside for what felt like forever but was probably only 15 minutes, and when they came out, they were escorting 3 people, 2 men and a woman, all wearing those long dark coats I'd been seeing in the window, their faces gaunt and expressionless as they were guided into the patrol cars. One of the officers, a woman with sergeant stripes, came over to talk to my parents, explaining that these were homeless individuals who'd been squatting in the abandoned property. And from what they could tell, they'd been watching the neighborhood kids walking home from school, timing their routines, though she couldn't say exactly why. The sergeant mentioned something that still gives me chills when I think about it. They'd found notebooks in the house filled with detailed schedules of when kids passed by, physical descriptions, which houses they entered, even notes about which ones walked alone versus in groups. The three people weren't talking much, she said, but they seemed to be part of some group that believed watching children during what they called transition hours would reveal something important, though what exactly remained unclear. They'd been living in the house for about 2 weeks, taking turns standing in that window during the after-school hours, maintaining their strange vigil with a dedication that bordered on religious devotion. The woman they arrested had told one officer that they were documenting patterns, but wouldn't elaborate on what that meant or what they planned to do with the information. Mom pulled me closer as the sergeant talked, and I could feel her trembling slightly, probably thinking the same thing I was, that I'd been walking past those watching eyes every single day, becoming part of their bizarre documentation without knowing it. The police said they'd be increasing patrols in the area, and that the city would finally be boarding up the Brenner house properly, with proper locks and security measures to prevent anyone else from getting in. For weeks after that night, Mom drove me to and from practice, making excuses about errands she needed to run anyway, though we both knew the real reason. The Brenner house got boarded up as promised, thick plywood covering every window and door, with bright orange "No Trespassing" signs posted all around the property, and eventually the city put up a chain-link fence around the entire lot. I never found out what happened to those three people, whether they went to jail, got psychiatric help, or just moved on to watch children from some other abandoned house in another neighborhood. Sometimes I still think about them standing in that window, perfectly still, counting us as we passed like we were birds migrating south or cars on a highway, trying to divine some meaning from our daily routines that the rest of us couldn't see. The house was finally demolished the following spring, and now there's just an empty lot there with tall grass and wildflowers, though I still walk on the opposite side of the street when I pass by, unable to shake the memory of those dark silhouettes arranged so precisely in the window, watching and waiting for reasons I'll probably never understand. Teaching English in a small Polish village wasn't exactly what I'd pictured doing after finishing my master's degree. But here I was, 6 months into a language exchange program about an hour outside Krakow. The village had maybe 2,000 people, most of them elderly farmers or young families who commuted to the city for work. That Monday evening in November started like every other weekday, conjugating verbs with bored teenagers, stopping at the only restaurant that served food past 7 for some potato and cheese pierogi, then heading to my landlady's house to pick up Buddy. Pani Nowak had broken her hip 2 weeks earlier, and since her daughter lived 3 hours away in Warsaw, I'd volunteered to walk her golden retriever twice a day. Buddy was this gorgeous, calm dog who never pulled on the leash and always waited patiently while I fumbled with my keys in the dark. The arrangement gave me something to do besides scroll through social media in my tiny apartment, and honestly, having a dog around again made the whole foreign experience less lonely. My usual route with Buddy took us through the newer part of the village, past identical brick houses built in the 80s, but that night he had other plans. The moment we stepped outside, he started pulling toward the old cemetery road, this narrow path that ran between the church and the eastern cemetery wall. The main road through our village connected everything important: the school where I taught, the church with its oxidized copper spire, the small market that closed at 6, and behind the church, the cemetery that seemed to go on forever. I tried steering Buddy toward our regular direction, but he planted his paws and whined, something he never did. The street lamps from the main road threw just enough light onto the cemetery path that I could make out where we'd be walking. Since it was only about 8:30 and other dog walkers were probably still out, I let Buddy lead the way. The second we turned onto that narrow road, everything felt colder, quieter, like the sounds from the main street couldn't quite reach us anymore. The path itself was maybe 4 feet wide, pressed between the church's old stone wall on one side and the cemetery's iron fence on the other. Through the fence bars, I could see rows of headstones, some dating back to the 1800s according to what locals had told me, their surfaces covered in moss and lichen that looked black in the darkness. The smell changed immediately once we entered. Wet leaves mixed with something sharper, almost metallic, that made me wrinkle my nose. But he had stopped whining completely now, moving forward with this intense focus I'd never seen from him before. His ears were perked up, his whole body rigid with attention as he led me deeper down the path. The cemetery gate was about 60 meters ahead, and even from a distance, I could tell someone was standing there. At first, I thought maybe it was the groundskeeper or Father Wojciech checking on something. But as we got closer, I realized this person was too tall, too still, wearing clothes that didn't match anyone I knew from the village. The man stood perfectly motionless beside the cemetery gate, dressed in a long gray coat that nearly touched the ground. His posture was strange, completely rigid, arms at his sides facing the gate but not trying to open it, just standing there like he was waiting for something or someone. In the weak light that filtered through from a distant street lamp, I could see he had thin dark hair that hung past his collar, and his face was turned slightly away from us. What really made me want to turn around immediately was how Buddy reacted. The dog went completely stiff, planted his feet, and let out this low, continuous growl that vibrated through the leash into my hand. Buddy loved everyone, literally everyone, from the grumpy man who ran the market to the kids who sometimes pulled his tail. But here he was, warning me about this stranger in a way that made every instinct scream at me to leave. I started backing up slowly, keeping Buddy's leash tight, but then the man moved. Not toward us, thank God, but he raised one hand and pressed it flat against the cemetery gate, fingers spread wide like he was feeling for something through the metal. That's when I noticed the items arranged on the ground around his feet. Several white candles placed in a semicircle, though none were lit, and what looked like rope coiled in a specific pattern I didn't recognize. A dark canvas bag sat open beside him, and I could see tools inside. Definitely a small shovel, some kind of pry bar, and other things I couldn't identify in the dim light. The whole setup looked deliberate, ritualistic even, like he was preparing for something that required specific steps and equipment. He kept his hand pressed against the gate and I heard him speaking, not loudly, more like murmuring or chanting in a language that definitely wasn't Polish or English, something with harsh consonants that seemed to catch in his throat. My phone was in my pocket, but I was terrified that any movement might draw his attention fully toward us. Buddy's growling had gotten louder, more aggressive, and he was pulling backward now, trying to get us away from the man, which was all the encouragement I needed. We backed up faster, my eyes still locked on the stranger, watching as he moved his hand across the gate in slow, deliberate motions, almost like he was drawing invisible symbols on the metal. Then he reached down into his bag and pulled out what looked like a glass jar, filled with something dark, liquid or powder, I couldn't tell, and began pouring it along the base of the gate. The smell that reached us was awful, like rotten eggs mixed with something chemical that burned the inside of my nose. That's when I finally turned and ran, Buddy racing beside me, both of us sprinting back toward the main road like our lives depended on it. Behind us, I could hear the man's voice getting louder, the foreign words echoing off the church wall, but I didn't look back until we reached the pool of light from the street lamps. Once we hit the main road, I didn't stop running until we reached Pani Nowak's house, my lungs burning and legs shaking from the sprint. I fumbled with the gate latch, practically threw Buddy into the yard, and locked it behind us before collapsing on the front steps. Part of me wanted to call the police right then, but what would I even say? That I saw a creepy guy standing by the cemetery with some candles and rope. They'd probably think I was just another paranoid foreigner who'd watched too many horror movies. Plus, my Polish wasn't great when I was calm, and right now I could barely form coherent thoughts in English. I decided to wait until morning, maybe talk to Father Wojciech first since it was his church's cemetery. I brought Buddy inside, gave him extra treats for being such a good guard dog, and tried to convince myself that what I'd seen was just some local tradition I didn't understand, maybe someone visiting a grave in their own peculiar way. I barely slept that night, jumping at every creak of my old apartment building, checking the locks on my door 3 times before finally crawling into bed around 2 in the morning. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw that man's pale hand pressed against the gate, remembered that terrible smell, heard those guttural words that sounded more like cursing than praying. When my alarm went off at 6:30, I actually felt relieved that the night was over. I got ready for work mechanically, trying to push the whole incident out of my mind, telling myself it would seem less frightening in daylight. But when I walked to school that morning, taking the long way to avoid the cemetery road completely, I saw 2 police cars parked outside the church and yellow tape blocking off the entrance to that narrow path. My heart started racing again as I watched officers walking in and out, their faces serious, some of them taking photos of something I couldn't see from where I stood. I stood there frozen for probably 5 minutes watching the police activity before Marta, one of the other teachers at school, came up beside me and grabbed my arm. She looked pale, almost sick, and immediately started talking in rapid Polish before remembering to switch to English for my benefit. Someone had tried to dig up one of the old graves during the night, she said. The grave of some wealthy merchant from the 19th century who'd been buried with his jewelry, according to local legend. The groundskeeper had found the scene early this morning when he came to unlock the cemetery for elderly parishioners who liked to visit graves before morning mass. But it wasn't just the attempted robbery that had everyone shaken, it was how the person had tried to do it. The police had found exactly what I'd seen the night before. Melted candles arranged in a perfect semicircle, rope tied in intricate knots around the iron fence posts, and strange symbols drawn on the gate with what turned out to be a mixture of sulfur and coal dust. The worst part, Marta whispered while glancing around nervously, was what they found inside the partially dug grave. The coffin had been pried open just enough to reach inside, but whoever did it hadn't taken anything. Instead, they'd left something behind. She wouldn't tell me exactly what, just shook her head and muttered something about old superstitions and things better left buried. The police were calling in specialists from Krakow, she said, people who dealt with cases involving what she called unusual circumstances. I wanted to tell her about what I'd seen, about the man in the gray coat, but my throat felt tight and the words wouldn't come. She must have noticed something in my expression because she squeezed my arm harder and asked if I was feeling all right. If I'd heard anything strange last night since my apartment was only a few blocks away. I just shook my head, mumbled something about needing to get to class, and walked away on unsteady legs. I taught my classes that day in a complete fog, going through the motions while my mind kept replaying what I'd witnessed. During lunch break, I finally worked up the courage to approach one of the police officers still at the scene, a younger guy who looked less intimidating than the others. In my broken Polish mixed with English, I managed to explain that I'd been walking my landlady's dog the previous night and had seen a man near the cemetery gate around 8:30. His whole demeanor changed immediately. He called over his supervisor, pulled out a notebook, and started asking detailed questions. What did the man look like? Tall, thin, long gray coat, dark hair past his collar. Did I see what he was doing? Setting up candles, rope, had tools in a bag. Did he see me? Maybe. His head turned slightly, but he didn't follow us. They exchanged meaningful looks when I mentioned the strange language he'd been speaking, something that sounded ancient and harsh, definitely not any European language I recognized. They caught him 3 days later, trying to break into another cemetery 2 villages over, using the exact same method: the candles, the rope patterns, the sulfur mixture on the gates. Turned out he was part of some group that believed old graves contained not just treasures, but specific items needed for their rituals, things that had been buried with the dead for protection or punishment centuries ago. The police never did tell me what he'd left in that merchant's coffin, but Father Wojciech had the entire cemetery blessed twice that week, and locals started leaving fresh flowers and crosses at the violated grave every single day. I finished out my teaching contract, but I never walked past that cemetery after dark again. And even now, years later, whenever I smell sulfur or see candles arranged in a circle, I remember that night and the way Buddy knew, just knew, that we needed to run.